frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com, with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world, founded in 2013. OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Boys and girls, welcome aboard to the program. Yes, sir, we are ready to rock and roll on a beautiful, beautiful Wednesday. It is a hump day. Hope you all are doing well out there. Having some fun, getting ready to rock here for a couple of hours. We'll take you here for a while today. This will be a long one as always. We'll take you a little past 1 o'clock. Actually, Tommy Rockers is going to join us today, since, we are going to Vegas in a couple of weeks, baby. Yeah, going to Vegas in a couple of weeks. So we'll be out there for 9 days, actually. So we'll be having some fun out in Vegas. By the way, Jay Gelfin, I see there. Happy birthday, my friend. Happy birthday to you, sir. I would sing happy birthday, but I think you get in trouble for that. I don't know. I think you get sued or something. They say it's your birthday. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. It's not my birthday, too. Oh, it's not. Let's see. And that's right. Jamie does remind everybody always to smash the like button as you're listening or watching. Thank you all out there. Lots and lots and lots on the plate. We are loaded as always. The Sloman's Inside the Paint show with Ira and Clay coming up here at the top of the hour at 9 a.m. Ian Rappaport will stop by starting off in hour number 3 at 10:10. Joe Shad will be in at hour number 4 at 11:30. And Tommy Rocker will be starting off hour number 5 also on the program at 1 o'clock. So there's a long program today on the show. Got a lot of things. Got a bunch of people to talk to. Got a bunch of stories we want to go over here in the world of sports. So we'll have a little fun. Of course, as always, you can reach out on the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, which is always, it's like the Welt and Rayom text line. It's not just a terrific law firm, but it's also a 24-hour talk show there. So, and they're there for you also if you want to call Welt and Rayom at 954-966-4646 if you have any issues out there. Okay? So make sure you call our friends at Welt and Realm, as always. Nets defeated the Cavs last night, 115-106. So the Nets now become the 7 seed. So Miami will not face them. So now what we have is, remember, tonight it's the Hornets and the Hawks. So that's the other play-in game. So what we have on Friday, it'll be the Cavs versus the winner of the Hornets and Hawks, right? And the loser obviously is out. The winner of the Hornets and Hawks will take on the Cavs for the right to be the 8th seed, because now the Nets are the 7th seed. So the 8th seed, it'll be either Hornets, Hawks, or Cavs taking on the Miami Heat in the first round, and they should kick all their asses, okay? The Hornets, the Hawks, and the Cavs can all put their teams together, and they still should get their asses handed to them by the Miami Heat. So let's just be clear on that. So they should be able to take care of business. But that's what we've got going on with the Nets defeating the Cavs last night. Durant and Kyrie combined for 59 points. So Sunday will be game 1 at 3:30 on ABC. Nets at the Celtics. So now we go to Missouri, which I say that because it's the show me state, right? Well, I want the Boston Celtics, and I want, Tatum and Brown to show me. Show me. Okay? I know you got a boatload of talent and all that. Show me in key moments in the playoffs that you can do something. So step 1 here against the Nets starting on Sunday. So that should be fun. And then last night, I stayed up to watch the T-Wolves hang on. And you could tell it means so much to that franchise to have any kind of success, even if it's a play-in game. You know what I mean? That's the one thing I got from the ending of that game last night, is just how much it meant to them. You know what I mean? So we got T-Wolves and Grizz on Saturday, 3:30 on ESPN. That's right, because we take it for granted. We're at a point right now, being old is not fun. And Ira coming up knows what the hell I'm talking about. And those of you that are in our age group, it's not fun, right? But you get perspective, right? And last night I'm watching the T-Wolves. And one thing I never want you Heat fans to ever lose sight of: you make the damn playoffs all the time. Don't take it for granted, because we did it as Dolphin fans. We got to the point with Shula that we said, yeah, they won 10 games in the first round. Yeah, it's not enough. That's the point we got to with Shula. We weren't impressed anymore that Shula made the playoffs or won 10 games. Don't ever get like that with the Heat. Okay? Appreciate every year that you do get to the postseason. Because I'm watching Minnesota, who never goes to the postseason, and it's just like one of those things that you see how precious it is. And hell, look at our Dolphins now, right? They barely ever make the playoffs. And it shows you how precious it is. So don't ever take for granted that Mickey Harrison and Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra know what the hell they're doing. Okay, every year. And again, we get spoiled and we talk about how they've got to do this and they've got to do that, but overall appreciate it. Okay, I just want to say that. Because watching Minnesota last night, and I kind of started thinking about those kind of things, you know what I mean? And the history of our town and how we've reacted over time. And, doing radio in this town for 32 years, you've been able to see the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs, the highs and the lows, and the positives and the negatives and all of that. And sometimes the spoiled brats that we become as Canes fans, now you appreciate all the stuff you had in the past. The youngins don't, because they didn't experience it. But those of you that are old enough and you experienced the good times with the Dolphins and now you're experiencing the bad times, make sure you appreciate every year with the Heat. You know what I mean? Because don't take it for granted that you're in the playoffs. Don't ever take it for granted. Last night, that's what I thought of when I was watching the T-Wolves. Let's bring the boys aboard. They are getting ready. I still caught you taking the glasses off. So I don't know if you caught any of my diatribe here that I was just talking about. And Ira, you've been in this town for a long time. Clay is a newbie, but we took Shula for granted, and we got to a point where, Clay, we got to a point where we were first round, 10 wins. It's not enough, Shula. Come on, let's go. And last night I'm watching the T-Wolves game, and I stayed up to watch that, and you watch how much they appreciate the fact it's just a playing game, but how much they appreciate winning and having any kind of success in the postseason. And so I've watched this town be spoiled as Canes football fans, as Dolphin football fans, and I just want to warn them ahead of time, Ira, Heat fans, don't get spoiled. Appreciate that you make the damn playoffs every year.
And actually, that's something I want to address because we haven't had a chance since the regular season ended on Sunday. Also appreciate the 6-month ride we already had. Everyone in sports, it's just the regular season. And I wrote about this, and I've spoken to both you and Clay about this. The one thing I appreciate about soccer, there's no playoffs. There's the table. You play for X amount of months, you earn your place, and that's it. What the Heat did during this regular season, please don't be that person. Oh, but they didn't get to the finals. They didn't get to the conference finals. The Miami Heat, and you mentioned this in your pregame show here, the Miami Heat gave people 6 months of pleasure. They gave us a wild ride. They gave us Kyle Guy, Hayward Highsmith, Mario Chalmers in the Heat uniform. There was much fun. There was so much fun this season that people don't lose sight of that. I understand. In American pro sports, it comes down to the playoffs in every sport. But what we witnessed was 6 months in the middle of war and COVID and inflation, a chance to look somewhere else and say, hey, I had some fun tonight, whether it was at FTX Arena, whether it was in front of, on your couch, in front of your TV. I hate that jaded part. I love what happened last night in Minneapolis. I love that it was just a stinking playing game. And for one night, they could revel like they won the NCAA freaking championship. God bless them. And I hope we see more of that in sports also. Live in the moment. The moment's the only thing that's guaranteed. And as we found out with COVID, the moment can also leave pretty quick or exit pretty quick also.
Amen.
Yeah, it's a great point. You almost have to separate the regular season and the playoffs in many ways, with especially this NBA season. You look back, and we're going to talk about this on the show, but the number of games that Jimmy Butler missed, that Kyle Lowry missed, that Bam Adebayo missed, when you go down the line and what this team had to go through just to make the playoffs, much less get the number one seed. I mean, yeah, I think ultimately you always judge the season for better or worse based on where you finish in the playoffs, and yet it's almost like you want to just separate the regular season.
But by the way,
go through.
Wait a minute, let's not lose the honor that we get the pleasure of measuring them in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Not every city gets to do that. Okay, so we get to celebrate a great regular season, and now there's a lot of cities going, well, we don't get to measure our team in the playoffs, so we're spoiled that we also get to measure our team in the playoffs. So that's an honor in itself.
Yeah, some of the questions on Ask Ira about, like, all right, so will this season be a failure if you don't make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, the NBA Finals, whatever it is? And it's almost like, let's just cut it off. Let's just say this season is over. The regular season is over. It was an incredible success based on the fact they got here. Feel free to criticize if they don't get out of the first round or don't get out of the second. But let's separate the two, and what they've already accomplished is pretty incredible.
I'm with you there. All right, let's get ready for a hardcore hour of Miami Heat and NBA talk right here on the Sloman's Inside the Paint show.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Good morning to fans of the top seed in the Eastern Conference and nobody else. Nobody else.
Clay might have disappeared here for a second, unless it's my feed. So I'll pick it up from here. Clay, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm wondering because Ira may be.
We're having a little bit of technical difficulties today. Let's see. I will go over on
which one of us.
Big O, are you there?
I am
Which
here.
one of us?
By the way, Clay is here. It's you having technical difficulties.
Okay, yeah, I just went to my Ethernet cord, so hopefully that'll pick up. So am I okay now?
That's a good point. That's a good point, Clay. We pick on your ass all the time because your internet sucks. So for once, Ira's internet has failed him, or he's all confused or something. Are you good, old man? Are you good?
I went to the Ethernet cord. Is this better now? Are we okay, or should I go to the phone?
You are fuzzy, actually.
Really?
Yeah, you're not normally your GQ looking self. I mean,
I just
fuzzy.
I plugged in the Ethernet cord, so I might even have to go to the phone today. I don't know what's going on with the home internet here.
Do you see Clay? Do you see Clay now?
I see Clay. Hi, Clay.
Okay, now you don't. Now you won't see me.
All right, good. So at least you're seeing me. Hopefully, you're able to come back and hear me. Okay. But what I want to start off with this stuff is kind of what O mentioned before we even got here, and Ira, I'm assuming you can hear me okay. But view from the top, the Miami Heat are the number one seed in the Eastern Conference, and you look back at what this team did throughout the regular season, and I fully understand that we're going to ultimately judge a professional sports team in the United States based on what happens after the regular season is over, based on what happens in the playoffs. But Ira, I think you can add as much perspective to this as anybody outside of that building. What has this team gone through this season, and where does it measure in I mean, how many years have you covered the Miami Heat and the NBA in general, and where do you put this season relative to the number of the level of adversity and everything that this team had to go through just to get to this place?
Well, I think, first of all, and Clay, if you're having trouble hearing me or I'm a little too fuzzy, let me know and I will switch to the phone line.
You're beautiful again. You're beautiful.
Okay, well, you know what? Hopefully I went that Ethernet. Someone give me a hi sign or send me a text or whatever, and I'll use the phone line if I have to. When I look at this Miami Heat season, what I see is that I wrote a story about this on Sunday in my Sunday column at sunsentinel.com. This just became a story this season of perseverance and pushing through adversity and really to finish the season as the number one seed and accomplish what they did, I think is just remarkable. I think it's just a matter of, again, like I said before I went a little fuzzy, and I can get fuzzy at time at my age, like Big O said in the pregame show here. I just think we need to appreciate what Eric Spoelstra accomplished and also what the quote-unquote other guys accomplished. Everyone talks about the stars in this league. So, yes, we expected a Jimmy Butler season, a Bam Adebayo season, a Kyle Lowry season. We were surprised a little about a Tyler Hero season. But, Clay, you know what made this season to me? That for a month we debated about Omar Yurtseven. For a month we debated whether Max Strus should play over Duncan Robinson. For a month we debated whether Gabe Vincent was good enough, wasn't good enough, and then whether he was good enough to be in the playoff rotation. Caleb Martin, we debated, how are we going to get this guy from a two-way contract? He has to play in the playoffs. Think about that. We went through a Miami Heat season that we had talking points about Max Strus, about Gabe Vincent, about Caleb Martin, and about Omar Yurtseven. Look, none of those guys might impact the playoffs in a big way. Matter of fact, if the Heat have it their way, probably won't. So enjoy what they did to get you to this point. The thing about the NBA playoffs is you still have to get here in order to go somewhere. And I think the Heat should almost like have a night or a moment before the playoff opener Sunday, 1 p.m., FTX Arena, and thank the other guys. And like almost like this, like you do in TV, Clay. And then we now join our regularly scheduled program already in progress with the Jimmy and the Kyle and the Bam and the Tyler show. So I think it's a season about the little guys, and we should be appreciative of that, I think.
I think it's a great point. And look, I think anybody who knows you knows that you're not Mr. Roses and Sunshine all the time, right? I mean, I think that's what's
I try to keep perspective. Yes,
you try to keep it. Yeah, but I mean, look, you're critical when necessary, and if you're a homer, you might think overly so at times. But I think that gives you the credibility to come on here and say, look, don't just let this slip. Don't just look at this and say, hey, look, that was fun. Now let's get ready for. I mean, and look, I'm probably going to be right there if they end up getting knocked out of the first round or swept in the second round, saying, what went wrong? What a disaster. How do you go back and fix this? How do you make sure this doesn't happen again? And yet, I do think you're going to have to remind yourself, and you as in the general you, that, man, the fact they even got here, let's appreciate this 82-game season. You mentioned all those things, but I mean, Mario Chalmers. Man, they can get Mario Chalmers another championship ring.
I don't think that's how it works, Clay, but
it should. I mean, come on, they give the championship rings. Everybody gets championship rings, right? Didn't they give you a championship ring? No. You look back at what this team had to do just to survive 82 games, just to put together a roster to play some of these games. I mean, when they signed Mario Chalmers, I remember the list of players that they were going to have to roll out there. I was seriously wondering if they may even start him. And he ultimately didn't even end up playing. But it was just when you were looking at the players that they had and who they may end up losing because of close contacts. And look, I know everybody wants to talk about the matchups, and we're going to get to all of that.
Sure.
It's just remarkable when you look back at these 82 games and like little things hit you like, oh, that's right. They had to sign Rio. Oh, that's right. They signed Kyle Guy. Oh, and he actually contributed. Oh, Victor Oladipo pretty much won them the game in Toronto. I mean, there's just so many things that you look back.
I never forget Chris Silva along the way also. But the one thing we're great in sports is we compartmentalize and we move on. And Clay, as you know, I'm sure you were like me last night, riveted to your TV. So I almost want to start with this. I know this has been a talking point on the show. And I know some people have been calling me really bad words, including one that begins with a P and indicates I'm soft, because I was afraid. I was concerned about the Brooklyn Nets. And when I was watching that first quarter and they went up 20 and they showed Kyrie at his best, even though Durant wasn't at his best, I still exited that game glad they're not playing the Nets. But I also, Clay Ferraro, watched the second half and did like you and Orlando Alzagari did, and did say to myself for a few times, they're not that good. They let this nominal opponent in Cleveland without their best big man in Jared Allen get within 4 points late in the game when they should have crushed them like a bug. So yes, on one hand, I am glad the Heat are not playing the Nets. You were right. They weren't who we thought they were. But on the other hand, Clay, let me ask you this, and I want the honest Clay Ferrero opinion here, okay? Are you glad? You can be honest here, just you and me and a couple of people watching out there, maybe hopefully more. Smash the like button here. But is there part of you that are glad that we don't have to worry about the Nets? Or are you, because I know you're Mr. He-Man tough guy at the gym, did you want to flex against them and knock them and crush them like bugs? Honestly, from when you saw the Nets go up by 20 in the first quarter, when you saw the Nets almost slither and lose all of it, but you also saw greatness in Kyrie. What's your takeaway from the Heat not facing the Nets in the first round of the playoffs?
The same as it's been. Don't make the road tougher than it has to be. And it's not that you fear the Nets. It's not that you fear anybody. But look, man, I don't want possession for possession games late. And the other team has the best player in the world. And oh, by the way, they also have one of the top 5 individual scorers in the NBA, in addition to him. I don't know. Maybe even top 5 isn't doing Kyrie Irving justice when you're talking about purely a bucket getter.
As an offensive player, yes.
Now, do I think that the Heat's team defense in particular and their ability to turn that into offense, do I think that they could win that series? Do I think they get to the point where they're not in possession for possession games against that team? Yeah, I do. But why take the chance on doing that, then playing, I don't know, Philadelphia, and then having to play Boston or Milwaukee? You're removing one of the contenders.
I agree with that. So, as a matter of fact, I want to put it another way here also. So today you're putting together your Easter baskets for your daughters, okay? So I want you to give me 2 baskets. The baskets of 4 teams you would prefer not to play until the Eastern Conference Finals, and the basket of 4 teams you would prefer in your half of the bracket. And I contend that really, except for one team, the Heat shoved 3 teams to the other side of the bracket. So if I were to tell you, Clay Ferraro, forget about seedings, forget about final record. We are drafting our own playoff pool here. We're sitting down. We're the NCAA committee in Indianapolis, and we're coming up with our Eastern Conference bracket. What 4 teams, if you could name them, would you not have wanted to be on the Heat side of the bracket?
Number 1, Milwaukee, and it's not really close. And I by the way, I've said that for a while because I do feel like as much as Milwaukee kind of made it to the finish line and they're still that team because they won the title last year.
They're a team. Yes.
And look, I think Giannis gets you to the finish line. Giannis is incredible for 46 minutes. And by the way, he's actually hit his free throws in the clutch in points as well. But to me, it's Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday that make that team an absolute nightmare.
That team is a team, as much of a team as any team. So that's 1. Okay, that's in the bad. You don't have to tell me or your wife, but that's in the bad daughter's basket. Okay, so that's 1. Give me your second team you wanted to avoid.
She just happens to be homesick, by the way, so we won't call you.
We're
I'm sorry.
People.
We wouldn't call her that. So yeah, I mean it's Milwaukee, and there's some separation between Milwaukee, and then I would say second right now. I go back and forth between Boston and Brooklyn. I think that Boston.
Matter of fact, I'm going to interrupt you here because I always do that. So let's say those are your next 2 eggs in there. Okay, so you're saying Boston and Brooklyn in the bad basket, rancid eggs. Bird flu. We got to kill them damn birds. Okay, the point I'm making is if I could have put 4 teams in the I don't want them in my half of the bracket, I would definitely put Milwaukee in there. Based on what they did against the Heat in the season series, I would put Boston in there. They're coalescing. Sorry, Jimmy, I'm going to use that word. That's another team I would put in there. We've talked for weeks now. No matter what Big O says, he's drinking his cafe con leche now. He's on the side. I would put Brooklyn in there. And I would say, obviously, if I could kick maybe Philadelphia over to bad basket, to sick daughter's basket, I would put that in there also. And I would like the Bulls. But Clay, the Heat did the right thing by the basketball gods. They played the schedule out. They played, Jim Mora, the older one, said, to win the game. They wound up, except maybe for one team in their bracket, with the draw where you are avoiding 3 of the real problematic teams to the Eastern Conference Finals. Yes, in the second round, if the Heat play Team A, and we'll get to this later in our show, we'll talk about the play-in. The next round, they would play the winner of Toronto-Philadelphia. And I'm not so sure it might not be Toronto. Based on how they are coached, how they are playing, and the fact that they don't have James Harden. So I could see that happening also. But if they get Philly, that'll be tough. Joel Embiid is maybe going to be the MVP by the end of this week or next week when they announce it. But the way the bracket that the Heat got, and I know Eric Spoelstra, when we go to practice today, he ain't biting on that. There is no way in hell Eric Spoelstra's going, oh, man, we got all the crappy teams. We're in great shape here. You know he's not going to say that. But you know when he was sitting there with Caron Butler and Chris Quinn and Malik Allen and Eric Glass and Anthony Carter and Octavio De La Grana, and they were game planning for the playoffs, which teams they wanted shuffled off to the side. The Heat got a really good Easter basket. They got the really colorful eggs. They didn't get those half pastel ones that still kind of look like a hard-boiled egg. I think the way this shook out and the fact that the Heat played for number 1, I don't think it could have worked out much better. The only better path for the Heat would have been to get maybe a Charlotte in the first round, a Chicago in the second round, and then deal with everyone else. But man, the way they came out of it, I think the basketball gods spoke. And they said, fine, if you guys want to play your games, Boston, and sit guys at the end, you get Brooklyn. And Milwaukee, if you think you're the be-all, end-all, we outsmarted everyone. We didn't play anyone in our last 2 games. That's fine. You got Chicago. A sweep, maybe 5 games, but you're the road team in the second round. And you're the road team in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Heat, Game 7, if the Miami Heat play a Game 7 in the Eastern Conference playoffs, it will be at FTX Arena. And if the Miami Heat play a Game 7 in the NBA Finals, and it's against anyone but Phoenix, Memphis, or Golden State, it'll be at FTX Arena. They're set up in really good damn shape. So you know what? Everything he said when I was fuzzy and my internet was out at the top of the show, screw it. It's about now. The Heat have too good of a path to screw this up.
Yeah, and that's why I say let's separate it, right? I mean, let's appreciate the regular season for what it was, and now we're looking ahead now, and we're saying, okay, based on how this thing shook out, you're right, man. The teams that we talked about avoiding, and this is what we talk about. Maybe the Heat, like in the depths of the building, they'll talk about this sort of a thing. But look, I will say this: I think there's something about this team that they're a little crazy. And they play better with that chip on their shoulder. So I do feel like the fact that, and this is crazy, and we're going to talk about this coming up a little bit later, when you look at the odds of who's going to win the Eastern Conference, they're fifth.
Yes.
They're fifth. And so like Vegas says, okay, yeah, you finished as the number 1 seed, but we think Milwaukee, we think Brooklyn, we think Boston, we think Philadelphia all have a better chance coming out of the East than you do. To me, I know the Heat are going to say they don't pay attention to that sort of a thing, but they know it. They know, and they perform better.
Oh, hell, it'll be on the bullet, and it'll be on the bulletin board in the locker room. Clay, you've been around way too long to know the old, we don't listen to that. We don't listen to outside noise. We don't care what the opponent says. We're not going to use that. Oh, bull crap. They'll use everything they can. The Heat are, maybe I put it this way, might be the most disrespected number 1 seed in the playoffs since that Atlanta team with Korver, Damari Carroll, and Al Horford.
I'm glad you mentioned that team, by the way. I'm glad. Go ahead. Keep going, because I think there are a lot of differences between these two teams.
Right. And so I think you have to go back almost till then. Look, the NBA is a superstar league. When the NBA announces it's 15 players, all NBA, there is a very good chance, Clay, there will be no Heat player on that. So everyone's looking at the stars. Everyone's looking at, well, Milwaukee plays, Giannis is going to win it. When Boston plays, Jaylen Brown's going to win it. When Philadelphia plays, Joel Embiid's going to win it. When Brooklyn plays, Kevin Durant or Kyrie are going to win it. We can't say that about the Heat. Game 1, Clay, by the way, congratulations. You have courtside seats. We have upgraded you. So you're at FTX Arena. It's Sunday. It's 1 o'clock. Matter of fact, it's 3:15. The game's ending. The Heat have the ball. Tie game. 5 seconds left. Just called a timeout. Who's making and taking the winning shot for the Miami Heat? Who is Eric Spoelstra?
If I'm the coach, it's Tyler Hero. With Spo, I think it might end up being Jimmy Butler. But either way, I mean, I think it colors your point, though.
And you think it could be Kyle Lowry or Bam Adebayo possibly also.
Yes.
That's how people looking through this Heat prism. They know on all these other teams who the guy is. So when they're gambling and they're putting their bets down, they're putting it on the team, but only 5 guys play at a time. So they're putting it also on the guy. The Heat don't have the dude. They have a bunch of dudes. And I think that concerns people. But like you said, and I know you're referring to this, that Atlanta team had a bunch of kind of dudes. The Miami Heat, I think, have a bunch of, like Udonis says, a bunch of dogs, a bunch of those kind of dudes. I think that's the difference.
And like you go back to that Atlanta team, and I think when you look back at that Atlanta team that was the number 1 seed, you had a lot of scorers, and they were built sort of for the regular season, right? I think the thing with the Heat, and you saw this, by the way, in the 2 play-in games that we saw last night, defense matters a lot in the playoffs. And like I joked about this with, when Brooklyn scored 40 points in the first quarter, I said, oh, well, you don't have to play defense if you're going to average 160 points a game. But ultimately, look at the final score of that game. I mean, in a big way, the defense from Brooklyn was actually ended up looking more impressive than the offense did. And then in the Minnesota game last night, I mean, that game, the Timberwolves were getting beat. That game was pretty much over. And they turned their defense on to a new – they were flying around like crazy. And so the thing this Heat team has that the previous disrespected number 1 seeds didn't, there's this toughness, this defensive mindset that matters in the playoffs. And look, I get it. It's a stars league, and we're going to go through the rest of the matchups as the show goes on. But Ira, to me, that's what separates this team from those previous built for the regular season type number 1 seeds that floundered, the teams that didn't have the stars. I see a little bit more of that Detroit Pistons team that ended up beating the Lakers.
Absolutely.
It was like synergist. Yeah.
And to sum up this first segment, screw the wise guys, screw the odds. And Clay, you and I are flying out to Vegas after this, and we're going to kick some Hank Goldberg butt.
Let's do it. All right. So much more to get to on the show. We're going to talk about why we feel this way about this team. Also, What's changed with the Miami Heat? And there was a meeting that happened that led to what we've seen over the last couple of weeks. We're going to talk about that and a lot more right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified white mean contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop. No! Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them.
With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman's Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint, where we discuss the NBA and your top seed in the Eastern Conference, the Miami Heat. So good morning to you and to you alone. So, Ira, the Miami Heat do this thing on Twitter, and it's kind of a play off of what Hassan Whiteside said when he went to Portland a couple of years ago. We've got shooters. And I'm talking about this because I thought it was really interesting. I was reading Anthony Chang's article in the Miami Herald, and I found it was fascinating to me because we looked at the change in the Miami Heat between that 4-game losing streak and then what happened throughout the rest of the season. And I'll admit the naive TV guy in me just kind of looked at it and said, oh, Kyle Lowry is scoring more and Max Strus is in the starting lineup. And so it was just them benching Duncan, and I use the word benching, and Kyle Lowry deciding to score more that changed everything. But I found it really interesting that Eric Spoelstra and Jimmy Butler got together. And oh, by the way, they got together after Eric Spoelstra is sitting there on the bench screaming at him, what, do you want me to bleeping fight you? And then they got together and had a meeting about how do we fix what's going wrong with this team. And one of the things that was on the top of that list was, let's find a way to, when Jimmy Butler is in the game, let's surround him with more shooters. And it was more like how can we consistently have shooters around Jimmy, not just in the starting lineup, which is when Max Strus took Duncan Robinson's place, but throughout the rest of the ball game. How do we surround it? How do we make this Jimmy Butler's team and make the offense thrive with Jimmy Butler on the floor? How do we make him the fulcrum, not just of the team in general, but specifically the offense? And it's something we've talked about all year, Ira, where I still believe that Tyler Hero has surpassed Jimmy Butler when you're talking about being the best scorer, the best offensive player on this team, and the guy who I want to have the ball in his hands and taking the last shot. But Jimmy Butler is still your best player, and there are still unique attributes that he has that make this team different, that make him different. And the fact to me, Ira, that Jimmy Butler and Eric Spoelstra were able to come together and have this discussion like grown men after what we saw on the bench that had everybody freaking out. If this team does ultimately end up going to the NBA Finals and potentially even winning a championship, we're going to look back at that altercation and the subsequent meeting as what makes this Heat team different. And I just thought that whole thing was fascinating.
Well, first of all, I want to put some things in perspective because I'm about to post a story. It's unsettled.com on the 3 weeks later where they stand. There was never a clear the air meeting. There was never Pat Riley or Mickey Arison or the team. This is what happened. They had that game. They lost the next 2 to the Knicks in Brooklyn. Then Eric Spoelstra had a family issue. He was away from the team. When Eric Spoelstra got back, there was no kumbaya. There was no sitting down in a circle and burning the incense or the sage or whatever. Instead, Eric Spoelstra looked at it purely from a strategical standpoint. Okay, that stuff happens to families anyway. We have moments, we move on. It's happened all season. Jimmy Butler's a goddamn pain in the ass, and Jimmy Butler will be the first one to tell you he's a goddamn pain in the ass. But how can we look at it from a strategic standpoint? The spacing you mentioned, and Anthony mentioned his story, was important. But so was part 2 of the, can we do 2 things at once? Can we prepare and move toward the number 1 seed and our best playoff selves, and also bring Victor Oladipo and Markieff Morris back into the mix? And I think the Heat were trying to satisfy 2 groups at the same time. And what happened when you did that, they were knocking heads. Because Victor Oladipo has had his moments as a three-point shooter. We saw that in Toronto. We saw that in Orlando. Markieff Morris they're not floor spacers. So when Jimmy Butler would get in the game and play with Tyler and with Vic because Kyle Lowry was on the bench, or with Markieff, it was just different. That was a hard call for Eric Spoelstra. He respected what Markieff Morris went through, those 58 games with the whiplash, which was not of his own doing, the run-in with Jokic. He really respected what Victor Oladipo did from last May's quadricep surgery. Honestly, Vic probably shouldn't have played this year when you get down to it. But the way he grinded to get back. And then they had the 4-game losing streak. And then there was concern about where they stood. And I think that was the toughest decision. Eric Spoelstra on that Sunday called Jimmy Butler and called Kyle Lowry, his veteran team leaders, and says, here's what I think we should do. Here's what I want to do. Not necessarily to get their approval, but to let them know they're part of this whole mix. And that's why what's played out since then, especially with Vic, look, I think Eric Spoelstra enjoyed what Vic did on Sunday. But I think a part of him realizes it makes this week a hell of a lot harder for him. We're going to go to FTX Arena today. The Heat practice media at 1. We're going to ask about Vic. And I still don't think Vic is part of the mix. I think they found a chemistry that works, which is crazy to say that remember, Victor Oladipo's 40 points. Now, granted, it was against second-team players from the second-worst team in the NBA. It was also the highest-scoring Miami Heat game of the season. Only one player and one time did a Heat player score 40 points this season is Victor Oladipo. But Eric Spoelstra found what works, and he's not going to mess with that chemistry. Not necessarily demotion for Duncan Robinson, just to get this sort of rotation back in order. Are the Heat in the playoffs going to use their 9 best players? No. Are they going to use the 9 players who best fit what can get them toward their goal? Yes. Is Duncan Robinson one of the Heat's best 9 best players? Maybe the way he played this season, you could say no. Same for Caleb Martin. Same for Gabe Vincent. Same for Dwayne Dedmon. But you're trying to get a chemistry. You spoke about it, Clay, in our first segment today on the Sloman's Home Shield Inside the Paint show. And it was this, that when you look at the Heat and you look at the Bucks, the teams that are teams are the ones that you see success for. We see it for Milwaukee because there's Holiday, there's Middleton, there's Giannis, they're together. We don't see it for the Sixers because there's Embiid and there's Harden, and we don't know what's there. Same thing with Brooklyn. So it's sort of a long-winded kind of way here. That's why we're settled there. How do we get our 9 best players and our best playing style, and everyone else has to sit to the side? Again, Eric Spoelstra as this strategist, I'll use English instead, has really shown that he knows in these moments how to pull it all back together.
Yeah, and so let me circle back to the Jimmy Butler, Eric Spoelstra thing really quickly, because I want to make sure that I'm not throwing something out there, because I thought So basically what happened here, they had the altercation. They did keep losing after that, by the way.
Yes,
they did blow the big lead against the Knicks, and then Spo had the family issue, and they got destroyed by Brooklyn. It wasn't that that Eric Spoelstra went to Jimmy Butler's place, knocked on his door with a bottle of wine one night, and they sat down for 8 hours and concocted this. No, but to me, Ira, and what I think is important here is it shows these are grown men. It shows these are professionals. It shows the strength of the organization, because you go back through Jimmy Butler's history, and I think the feeling with Jimmy Butler was he's not going to work a lot of places, but he's going to work here. Okay, so you go back to Chicago, right? And there came a point there, first off, where Chicago was getting younger. They were ready to move on. Tom Thibodeau was in Minnesota. You wanted Jimmy, but there was, if I'm not mistaken, kind of this. It was Fred Hoiberg who was coaching at the time, right? And it wasn't that Jimmy caused a lot of problems, but it clearly wasn't working there in the organization anymore. He goes to Minnesota, where his coach is there. Tibbs, man, this is going to be great. Unfortunately, the organization wasn't strong enough to handle him. And you had some of the younger players who there was this give and the take, and it didn't work. He goes to Philadelphia. And I still remember it, man. It was after, I want to say it was one of the playoff games, when Brett Brown is sitting up there and he goes, he was the adult in the room tonight. He wasn't Jimmy Butler. He was James Butler. And Jimmy Butler's just yeah, that's not my name, man. That's not. So, you go back through with Jimmy Butler's history, and he's had these situations everywhere to some extent. But it's been what happens next that was important. And with the Heat, it's not that Eric Spoelstra showed up and, hey, we're going to be best friends. And who knows? I mean, maybe there was something like that we just don't know about. But it was the fact that Eric Spoelstra is a professional, and this organization is strong, and everybody is pulling in the same direction. So the fact that they're able to have that, and then a few days later get together and say, okay, look, what we're doing right here, however we feel about each other right now, and however we feel about each other moving forward is not going to matter as long as we win on the court. So let's figure out a way to do that. And the fact that this was not an ego thing, it was able to get together and say, look, this is why I think this is not working. And it's because we have you, a great player, but we need to find a way to supplement what you do well. So that's, to me, that was the difference between, there didn't have to be a kumbaya meeting, because that's not how this organization works. You look at other organizations throughout the league, and it doesn't work that way.
And those player meetings, Clay, are a bunch of BS. That whole kumbaya thing, we're adults in the room. A couple of things here. There was a sharing of a bottle of wine, but it was Udonis Haslem and Jimmy Butler. In the wake of that, they shared wine together. They got back together.
That's fascinating.
Udonis mentioned that. So they did that. Number two, there was an article yesterday by The Athletic by a very good writer, Joe Varden, who I respect. He spent some time around the Heat, and he had in there, and had the aggregationists and the social media people, and soon Orlando Alzagari will. They pulled out the little line that said, some around the league, some players believe Jimmy Butler might ask for a trade if it doesn't work out well this postseason. Clay, from an internal standpoint, that is absolute BS. When Jimmy Butler signed with the Heat, and he was in the room there with Alonzo Mourning and Shane Battier and Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley, and they were doing this whole thing, the point that was made there in that session was this. I know, and his representative team, the last year and a half have not been a good look. The move from Chicago, as you mentioned, to Minnesota, to Philadelphia, and now leaving again. And I've got to establish roots. Jimmy Butler is not asking for a trade from this team. This is where he wanted to be. This is the team that gave him a ridiculous 5-year extension through his 38th birthday. I mean ridiculous just because of the numbers, through his 38th birthday. Now, if this goes to crap and the Heat crap out, and Jimmy, matter of fact, you can find this between the break. I lost it. Remember Jimmy, before the playoff series against Milwaukee last season, said, I'm stupid locked in, or something like that?
Yeah.
Right. Now, if this goes to crap, I could see the Heat saying, screw this. We got a future here in Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo. Okay, Jimmy. Okay, Kyle, it didn't work. But Jimmy Butler going anywhere, if the Heat get eliminated in the first round, like you said, maybe swept in the second, that is not happening. Jimmy Butler has tied the rest of his NBA career to the Miami Heat. trying to make it work. If it doesn't work, that'll be an Andy Ellisberg and Pat Riley and Adam Simon and Nick Arison decision. But Jimmy Butler's not forcing his way out of anywhere. Jimmy Butler knows the look. And Jimmy Butler has finally got back in the good graces of NBA fun guy. And all of a sudden he's out there bowling with Peyton Manning and he's doing commercials on a fake team bus that debuted last night for his Michelob Ultra or whatever his beer of choice is. He's in too good a place to be, we're on the internet, to be asshole Jimmy again. He has been able to move past that. I don't see that coming. I believe Jimmy Butler is all in with this team for better, for worse. And after what happened in last year's playoffs, it damn well better be better, because Jimmy Butler last season in 4 games against the Milwaukee Bucks was awful.
Terrible. 29% from the floor. I mean, so and I want to say this too. You made the point on this program. There is no immovable contract in the NBA, except for maybe Russell Westbrook now. But I guess you could attach LeBron James to and find a way to make it happen.
Or trade Westbrook for John Wall, so you could even trade that contract.
Go. Jimmy Butler's contract at this point, if it doesn't work, it's not immovable. You could find, but I think because of what I've mentioned with I found little reasons why it didn't work everywhere else. If it doesn't work in Miami, then I think everybody else around the league is going to say, oh no, if it didn't work there, it sure as heck isn't going to work here.
Absolutely.
So, who the
hell is it's weird because he's an all NBA level player, and yet who the hell is taking him? What coach wants to get himself fired? What GM wants to get himself fired? That's the thing about Miami. Erik Spoelstra's never getting fired.
So maybe Tom Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau will bring him back.
Tibbs is unrelenting, but I'm saying Eric's never getting fired. He could take those chances. Pat Riley's never getting fired. He can take that kind of chances. Very few can. And you know what? Even the ice that Tom Thibodeau was on in New York might be a little bit too thin go through that again.
So what I'm saying, and I'm not saying it's even going to get to that point. What I'm saying is that's not even something to discuss. I wanted to go back to that moment and kind of figure out, okay, how did we get from that to this? And by the way, that nugget you just had about Udonis Haslem and Jimmy Butler getting together, that was the first time I'd heard that. Maybe I'm just not reading all the right places. But I found that really interesting. I want to read your story when it comes out later. What I found interesting about Anthony Chang's story is the fact that they just got together professionally, and it didn't require some sort of Kuma, because that's how the Heat operate. That's the organization realized, oh, Jimmy's going to be in here and he's going to yell at everybody, right? And that's just how. So they were okay with that. They were fine with it. So I just, when you look back at this regular season, how they got this number 1 seed, the strength of the organization matters a lot. And the fact that they were able to kind of withstand and get through all of that, I think it matters a lot. So that gets us to where we are now, which is, I'm with you. The Victor Oladipo situation, I was really happy for him.
Yes,
in Orlando. Honestly, I think he made himself a lot of money that day. I think that some other team is going to see what he did in that game and say, oh, he's still got that ability. Oh, wait a minute. We don't really have that ISO bucket getter on our team. Let's bring him in. And I'm not saying he's going to get a max deal from anybody, but I think that somebody's going to look at that game and say, oh, we can really work with that. Right. And so I think it was great for Victor Oladipo in the future of his NBA career. I don't think it means jack squat for this playoff run. I think if anything, it's, hey, we know what he can do. And I think there would be a role for him if, break in case of emergency, somebody gets hurt, you fall behind by 14 points in a game and absolutely nothing is working offensively and you need a spark. But as far as your regular set rotation, I'm with you. I don't see him in it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I know a lot of Heat fans got angry at me when I also mentioned how it could help him toward free agency. But again, we'll get down to the road in this on our postseason postmortems. But your featured wings here are going to be Jimmy Butler, Kyle Lowry, and Tyler Hero for at least 2 more seasons. Victor Oladipo excelled in both games when Jimmy Butler didn't play, in Toronto and in Orlando.
Great
He's not
point.
Have the ball in his hand that much, even during the regular season on this roster, to be featured scorer A. He's always going to be the 4th sort of wheel of the whole perimeter rotation. So here, unless he's willing to and say, you know what, I'm turning 30 in May, that's my lot in life, I think he might have wanderlust to look elsewhere. And maybe it is best for his career and his playing style.
Yeah, and as we go to break here, just ask yourself these 3 questions. Who would I rather have the ball in his hand, Tyler Hero or Victor Oladipo? who would I rather have the ball in his hand? Kyle Lowry or Victor Oladipo? Who would I rather have the ball in his hand? Jimmy Butler or Victor Oladipo? And those are the questions that you have to answer. Not who would I rather have on the floor, Caleb Martin or Victor Oladipo, because it is a different element that they each bring to the team and how they complement the guys who are going to be out there. All right, let's get into the playoff matchups. Next, the potential for the Heat to play Cleveland, Charlotte, Atlanta. We got 20 minutes left. Let's get to all of them, baby. That's next right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back, guys. By the way, you have been awesome in the chat. I'm not ignoring it. It's just been fantastic. It's been, there's so much stuff that we've gotten to talk about that we had to get to. But getting to some of the comments here, and Greater Good mentioned this earlier on, there's no real dog in this, and I mean dog in a bad, you have dogs in a good way, DAWGS, and that's what the Heat are when they're in the kennel, and then you have dogs in a bad way, like a bad team in a playoff mix. I don't think maybe Charlotte would be the team, even though they can scare you with how much they can score. But I look at Cleveland and Atlanta, and especially Cleveland, if they can get Jared Allen back, as being at least a team that could be a real pain in the you-know-what. And with Atlanta, I know the Heat have come up with good plans throughout the year against Trae Young. It does concern me that they have Clint Capella and John Collins inside. John Collins has been a Heat killer. And so, like, you have those, and Capella was able to give him a lot of fits the other night. And you have somebody like Bogdanovich, and you have somebody like Kevin Huerter. I mean, there's not an Indiana Pacers 2020 in this grouping, right? And even that Pacers team, you look back, And at the time, it was like, okay, well, they have Oladipo, they have Malcolm Brogdon. Domantas Sabonis was not playing because he was hurt, but Miles Turner. You look at the three teams that they have left, and we're talking about the potential matchups. Who is the team that you would view as the best matchup for the Miami Heat? The team that if you were to, you're talking about the good eggs, the bad eggs. We have 3 eggs left now. Who is the best egg that you would pick from a Heat perspective, the shiny one that you would want to see in this first round matchup?
I guess first, Clay, I'm going to take people through how we're going to get there. And yesterday's play-in game between Brooklyn and Cleveland in Brooklyn decided the number 7 seed. Brooklyn won. They will play Boston in the first round in the 2-7. Cleveland, because they lost, gets to host a game on Friday in the winner-take-all final play-in game in the Eastern Conference. Tonight in Atlanta, Charlotte will be playing the Atlanta Hawks. The loser goes home. We're now in the make or break. There's no more second chance here. So Charlotte plays in Atlanta tonight. The winner of that game, the Hawks or the Hornets, then go Friday to Cleveland to play Cleveland. The winner of that game plays the Miami Heat starting Sunday, 1 p.m. FTX Arena. Pretty good scheduling for the Heat because the other team's going to have about a 39-hour turnaround from the game of Cleveland. So I guess what we first need to do is look at the game tonight and to get a sense of what happens. It'll be on ESPN, 7 o'clock, Atlanta versus Charlotte. I think Atlanta's a much better team than Charlotte. But Charlotte at the end of the season was playing very well. The difference is Gordon Hayward is out now. He's always out at the end of the season. It seems like Gordon Hayward, no matter where he is, there's some sort of injury. You remember the bubble, how he left and his wife is pregnant, and he came back and he got injured and he wasn't the same. I think Atlanta wins that game. Now, if you're asking me who should Heat fan root for, I think Charlotte's the better playoff matchup for every reason you just mentioned, Clay Ferraro, and that's this. Not only do you have Trae Young, who led Atlanta to the conference finals last year, and in any game is capable of scoring 40, might be on 50, 60 shots, but it's scoring 40. But you have the kind of three-point shooters who can get hot in Bogdanovic, in Danilo Gallinari, in Kevin Huerter, in the guys you mentioned, and all it takes is 1 or 2 hot hands in the playoffs to sort of get you into trouble. So I think Heat fan would prefer that Charlotte wins tonight. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Atlanta at home, although it's one of the worst home court advantages in the NBA, I think for a moment like this, they might get a little closer to what we saw, not all the way Minnesota yesterday. When it comes to Cleveland, even watching the game last night against Brooklyn, you could see the talent there. Yeah. Darius Garland is great. Darius Garland is on the verge of all NBA. What he did in that road setting against Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant cannot be overlooked, down to the last seconds, getting layups, hitting threes, keeping his team in there. That was a Cleveland team without Jared Allen, who really has frustrated the Heat at the rim. Jared Allen almost reminds me sort of, I don't know if you're in Miami yet or these are still your Fort Myers days. Do you remember the Roy Hibbert days with the Pacers?
Oh, 100%.
Now, where were you? Were you in Fort Myers then, or were you already down here in Channel 10?
No, I got here in the, I want to say it was the last 2 or 3 years, but my first year here was the last year of the Big Three.
Okay, so before that, you were over in Fort Myers or
So I do remember, by the way, I think it was Jonathan Zaslett, their morning show, they called him a trash can. They called Roy Hibbert a trash can.
And yet, remember the whole principle of verticality? And he was blocking every damn Heat shot. And the Heat were complaining, no, he's leaning forward. No, he's not going straight up. Jared Allen is that kind of absolute pain in the ass nuisance. So, Clay, when you asked me, we did this earlier in our show. If you haven't missed it, catch it on the podcast on our Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint. We talked about the teams we didn't want in the Heat's half of the bracket. So you're asking me now that last egg. I'm assuming it's going to be Atlanta at Cleveland, 7:30 p.m. on Friday. Who would I rather see the Heat face? And I don't do this a lot. People know me. I very rarely exhale. But you know what? I'm not sure. It's two different types of challenges. With Atlanta, it's the dynamic scorer challenge that one guy can beat you on his own with this three-point shooting. With Cleveland, it's the interior bludgeoning that you could wind up with an all 7-foot front line of Larry Markkinen, of Evan Mobley, of Jared Allen, and then with the unique twist of Kevin Love off the bench, probably with Darius Garland being the best, I don't know, it doesn't sound fair, most dynamic wing player on the court in the matchup against the Heat.
I think that's fair.
I probably would say I'd rather play Cleveland because I've told you this for weeks on our shows here and with Big O and our Accurate Pembroke Pines Miami Heat reports. I always prefer to play the team that's just glad to be there. Cleveland, to me, would be a lot like we saw Minnesota last night. No matter what else happens for the Timberwolves, they had their moment. And they can go into the offseason and go, yay! I think Cleveland's the same. I think Cleveland, if they just make the playoffs, who the hell thought the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to be in the Eastern Conference playoffs this year ahead of teams like Washington or ahead of New York or even Indiana? They've accomplished their goal. Atlanta made it last year to the Eastern Conference Finals. They know how to win these kind of series. So I probably would take the Cleveland Cavaliers as my preference. But you know what? Not going to be easy. Both the Cavaliers and the Hawks will create a first round for the Heat that I would not be surprised, Clay. I'll get your opinion on this now, that it could go 6 games against either of those teams.
Yeah, and so I think we're both on the same page that Charlotte is the one that you'd be like, okay, I'm fine with that. That's a 4 or 5 game series. You don't have to deal with the toughness, and it's not calling Charlotte soft. It is, they are who they are. They're not the team that's going to grind on you and make those 5 games feel like 8 games. Cleveland would. I do think that Atlanta would for different reasons. With Cleveland, I'll say this about Cleveland because I've been with you on the whole they're happy to be there thing. I saw something with them last night, and there's a mental toughness with that team. And to fall behind by 20 like they did against the best player in the world, against Kyrie Irving, who was perfect, literally perfect in the first half.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And then to stick with it and know that, like, you know what? We just got to keep chipping away. There was like a Miami Heat thing to that team, what we saw from them last night. I was really impressed with their mental toughness and doing that without the guy who's really the fulcrum of their defense, which is Jared, and the guy who's the rim protector. So I was more impressed by them last night in a loss than I had been even in some of their victories last year. Now, with all that said, I do think that the Heat win against both of those teams. I probably lean more towards not wanting Atlanta because as well as the Heat have played against Trae Young and found a way to slow him down, whether it's Caleb Martin or Gabe Vincent, like you found guys to kind of throw at him to make his life miserable.
And you give Eric Spoelstra time to game plan against anyone. It's different than the regular season. Yeah, I agree with that.
But to your point, there are other guys on that team that if Trae Young is able to defer and other guys can get open, they have guys who can knock down that open shot. And the other thing that we're talking about the interior presence of Cleveland, and rightfully so. I'm going back to what I said earlier. I think maybe we're minimizing a little bit the interior presence that Atlanta has when everybody is healthy with that.
If Collins is healthy.
If Collins is
killed
healthy.
him. Yes.
He's killed him. He's killed him historically. And so Clint Capella, we saw what he can do against Miami the other night. You used the word dynamic, and that's not just with Trae Young and his ability. That team can beat you multiple ways. They can beat you by protecting the rim, even though their numbers may not be, but they can beat you in multiple ways. Whereas with Cleveland, it's one of those where you're concerned because they can grind on you, and Darius Garland can maybe do just enough.
He's terrific. So let's do the talk show type of thing now before maybe we finish up with some text from our listeners. Let's play this game of if the Heat play X, where do you see the series, okay? And let's do one in retrospective. If the Heat got the Brooklyn Nets in the first round, Clay, what would your prediction terms of games been Heat versus Nets? They're not going to, but if that happened, if the Nets wound up as 8, you would have said Heat or Nets in
6 or 7. I mean, I know that's easy to say. I probably, after what I saw last night, probably 6. I think the Heat would win in 6.
Yeah, I was going to say probably Heat in 7 because I think maybe winning in Brooklyn, their fans might actually show up and be something. I think that could have gone to the wire. I think Boston, Brooklyn, by the way, can go 7 and it's going to be a dynamic series. Okay, least likely of the possibilities remaining, Heat versus Hornets. What do you got, Clay?
Heat in 4, maybe 5.
Yeah, the gentleman's sweep, people call a 5-game where they get someone there because, you know what, maybe purple shirt guy shows up and he throws someone off their game or something like that. I'd say Heat Hornets, probably 5 games. Okay, Heat Cavaliers.
I want to go 5 or 6. I'm going 5. I think Darius Garland gets a game in, but I do think that the Heat go into Cleveland. If they split the 2 here, the Heat would wake up really fast and go and win the 2 in Cleveland, then come here and win game 5.
I think 6 because, one, I think the Heat can win on Cleveland's home court there. And I think there's 2 elements. I think there might be the big man game. There might be the, holy crap, they were out-rebounded 60-40. There might be that game, and Darius Garland might have a game. And last, Heat against the Hawks.
Real quick, let me ask you about this, about Cleveland. Is there a way – I remember what the Heat did to the Lakers, and it was, it took Eric Spoelstra a couple of games to figure out, all right, how do we work with this with Bam, Ailing, and Goran out? And they were getting beat on the boards pretty bad. They eventually realized if we go small, we can play Dwight Howard off the floor. And they did. And once Frank Vogel adjusted, it was over in 6. But with that Cleveland team, is there a way to do that against this Cleveland team to where, like, we're sitting here saying, oh, how do you combat their big guys inside? Is there a way in a playoff series to play their big guys off the floor?
The only way to do it is to have enough stretchy big men, which the Heat do not have. I know Dwayne Dedmon shot almost 50% on threes, but no one's going out to guard him on the line. PJ Tucker, if he comes back healthy, remember he has that calf strain. That's a concern. Same injury Luka Doncic has. He might provide some stretchiness. The Heat could go smaller, with the first reserve big man being Caleb Martin. And if Caleb can hit the 3 and his athleticism, that might happen. I think the opposite would happen in the Cleveland series, Clay. I think they would play Dwayne Dedmon off the floor for this reason. When Jared Allen goes out, they'll bring in Kevin Love. The 2 bigs then will be Kevin Love and Evan Mobley. I'm not sure there's a matchup there for Dwayne Dedmon. I think there's more of a matchup there for Caleb Martin, maybe even Markieff Morris. So again, this is what we spoke about early in our shows, in our first couple of segments. If you missed them, catch the podcast, is matchups will impact a lot of these things. There might be a Heat 9 that we believe best fit, but in each series it could be different. If the Heat had a Myers Leonard type or a stretchier 5, then maybe. But Bam Adebayo is still a mid-range at best kind of shooter. So I think in most matchups, Jared Allen gets to patrol the paint and won't feel he has to step out a little bit more. So I think that makes it a challenge.
So now we're moving on to the Hawks. I would probably say Heat in 5 there too. It's funny. Like, I talked myself into them being a threat, and then you mentioned something about the home court advantage or lack thereof. And I know what do they call it? The highlight factory, or is that what they called it back when they were the number 1 seed and didn't go anywhere? But I just think ultimately that, look, I think there's going to be a Trae Young game if you were to play Atlanta.
Yes.
I do think, though, that the Heat can scheme ways to mitigate that. And maybe you do. Maybe it goes 6, but I would think the Heat would find a way to either split at home, win 2 in Atlanta, or vice versa, then come back and take care of business.
And I agree. And Atlanta does not have the same mojo they had last year. And Atlanta, a lot of times this year, has had the look of a team that just wants to be over this and is done. That John Collins wants his own team. That Trae Young's ridiculous 30-foot shots, even when they go in, might not exactly be what teammates want. Also, do they want to be a big physical team? Do they want to go more with wings? These older guys, Bogdanovich and Gallinari, they're not part of the future. DeAndre Hunter needs to get more run. He was terrible in that game against the Heat last Friday. So they have so many questions. I think you can get in their head. And once you get in their head, you can get the series over, then move on to Philly or Toronto. So we'll find out on Friday who the Heat are playing in the first round. We'll be back after 2 games next Wednesday. In the middle of that series, the Heat are home Sunday and Tuesday against that team. Then they go on the road next week. So we'll have a better sense a week from today, not only who are the Heat playing, but what they've done in the first 2 games.
Real quickly, as we wrap up the show, Heat are going to practice today, and we'll probably find out more. But are you hearing anything, any whispers on PJ Tucker and whether he would be available for game 1 or anything around that?
PJ was a grade 1 sprain. If that's the case, it should be about a week. He's had about a week, even a little bit longer. So I would think he's okay. It's different than Luka Doncic. He has a calf strain also. They haven't said what grade. Grade 2, you're getting to 2 weeks. Grade 3, you're getting to, maybe even a month or so. So if the initial prognosis is what it is, number 1, and 2, PJ Tucker is who we think he is, he will be available. The question is, how many minutes will he get based on the matchup? That becomes part 2 of it. He's important to the Heat, but probably of their starters and the rotation players, he's probably not more than, say, the 5th or 6th most important player in their rotation.
And lastly, anything on Bam?
Again, Bam entered protocols. He tested positive for whatever reason in Orlando. I'm told he should be out of protocols either in time for Friday's practice or Saturday's practice. But he still can be working out, staying in shape. It's not debilitating. It's a happenstance. And unfortunately, there's a new wave coming around. It's been mostly in the Northeast. if the Heat have to go to the Northeast to play in the playoffs or go north, it could become another impact factor. What we thought was over the last 2 seasons apparently is here to stay for a while.
Thank you, guys. As always, the playoffs are here. It is the most wonderful time of the year if you're a Heat fan. We will talk about games 1 and 2 and look ahead next week right here on Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by EJDconstruction.com, where you can trust their team of construction experts. American Dream Lending. Go to adreamlending.com. Stop dreaming and start living your best life. Perdermo Cigars. Experience a Perdermo way. Go to perdermocigars.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Morning, boys and girls. Yes, sir. The boys are done. Great job by Ira and Clay. Appreciate all of you out there. If you're listening, smash that like button. If you're watching, smash that like button. Very important to get those algorithms going and spread the love. Other Dolphin and Heat fans and Panther fans and Marlins fans. And nice job by the Marlins. They got the win yesterday. Chisholm got a home run, too. Got a 2-run job yesterday. That was good to see Jazz do his thing. And what is it? Luzardo, right? What is it? Luzardo is the kid. He had 12 strikeouts yesterday, man. That was nice yesterday. So we had a little NBA play in basketball. We really can't call it the playoffs because they're really playing games to get into the playoffs, but at least we had that, and that was fun to watch. I watched also the Lakers Showtime, or whatever the hell that thing is called on HBO, which, by the way, they re-upped it for its second year. And I got to tell you, somebody brought it up to me, initially. Hey, are you watching? I haven't started watching because it looks kind of cheesy, and it is kind of cheesy, by the way. You know what I mean? But I mean, if you want to be entertained, and I'm sure a lot of this is just, fluff and a bunch of, blown up out of proportion, I'm sure, but entertaining. I will say entertaining. There's no doubt about that. As a sports fan, what the hell, man? It's all good to be able to see that. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so I see Scott Carrier on the text is tweeting back to Omar Van Ginkel, 51 tackles, 6 sacks. Anthony Barr, 38 tackles, 2.5 sacks. Yeah. Omar is just he was reaching yesterday with that list. It's just to get into the discussion of that. He's so wrong on that list. You know what I mean? But it just gets to a point where, where are we going to go now? Now we're spinning wheels now. You know what I mean? If you're taking Anthony Barr over Van Ginkel, I mean, it's just several. Even what you do with Van Ginkel, you really can't. Clowney can't do those things. Now, Clowney can do other things and maybe could do better than Van Ginkel, but it was just, it's weird. He also even used guys that they can't do all the things that Van Ginkel is used in the defense. So it was funny, but it's been a discussion all the way through, and since yesterday with Omar. And you guys, if you want, I It's out there. It's on iTunes or Spotify or Stitcher, whatever. If you follow the show, if you didn't catch Omar's interview with us yesterday, I did my best to defend the honor of Andrew Van Ginkel, as Omar Kelly absolutely trashed Andrew Van Ginkel. The best part is that Omar Kelly will, a month from now or 2 months from now or halfway through the season next year, if Van Ginkel's kicking ass, right, I'm going to go, hey, man, so, in the offseason, you slammed his ass. He's going, no, I've always liked Van Ginkel. He's always been a good player. Omar's going to do that. Guaranteed. Guaranteed he's going to do that. What can I tell you? We will have Ian Rappaport joining us in a couple of moments at 10:10. Ian will join us, so we'll have a little fun with Mr. Rappaport, and we'll talk a little Miami Dolphins and NFL. We got some stuff to talk to Rap Sheet about coming up, so looking forward to that. And of course, remember, you see there, EJD Construction, and if you're looking for custom home construction, 305-433-4843. They know how to get it done at EJD Construction. All right. We'll be at Craig Zinn's Acura Pembroke Pines, by the way, next week. Not this Friday, next Friday. This Friday, we're going to be over at KSDT CPAs on the 15th of April. Interesting, huh? All of us are due at that date. We already filed our taxes. Let's see. DF says, my phone now has a dent in it from jamming the like button. Oh, well, what's up? Oh, and Sean, thank you. Appreciate you. Ad Mark says, good morning. God bless you from Denver, Big O. Thank you, Ad Marks. Appreciate you. Bless you, my brother. Bless every one of you out there that downloads the show, that watches it, that is watching live, that is watching at any time. I appreciate all of you out there. Like one of our listeners was the gentleman from New York. I'm so bad with names. Sydney. I'm so terrible with names. I have to see you several times and get to know your names and all that. If not, I'll forget, man. I'll forget right away. It's I'm terrible, and don't ever hold it against me like I purposely forgot or something. I'm terrible with names. I'll remember faces, but I won't remember the name in the face unless I see it several times, and then I am. But Sydney, who came by yesterday while we were watching, while we were at Canes, where he was visiting his daughter in town. And he lives in New York. And so he was visiting his daughter and took the time to come by and say hi. And he says that he either catches the show live or catches it recorded. And we appreciate all of you out there, man. We definitely understand, life is crazy and busy at times. You're not going to catch us live most of the time. A lot of you are going to catch us, post. And some of you listen to the show entirely. Some of you just listen to segments or interviews or rants or whatever it is that you listen to, however it is you support us. We thank you. We thank you immensely. We are very blessed. And by the way, thank you again. I don't know which one of you mentioned the whole honey and lime stuff, but that's been a blessing, man. It's been a blessing. Thank you all out there. Because you guys brought it up, and then my incredible wife makes it every freaking day for me, and it really has helped out. Because we do real talk here. We don't do that wussy ass stuff that they do at QAM and 790, where they only have to talk for half an hour, and and they're repeating crap. You know what I mean? We talk about 50 something minutes in every hour, and there's plenty of talk going on here. Very little commercials, man. So that's the kind of the way we work it. Anyway, remember, you could get in on the Welt and Rayom text line if you want to get in on the text line 855-912 1056. That's 855-912 1056. If you want to get in. Let's see right here. I'm waiting for Ian, by the way. And Ian Rappaport will be joining us in just a moment. Today, just so you'll know, okay, bear with me today on all of this. Why? Because we're what's it called? We're by ourselves today. No Sean today. Okay. So okay. We're gonna get Ian at 10:35, I'm told. Okay, he's got something. Okay. All right, good. All right, these are the things. So I'm multitasking while I'm doing the show. I'm also going back and forth. Sean has some personal stuff this morning, so I kind of have to be the producer and the host and everything and multitask all at the same time. Yes, yes. That's our next step, by the way, is grooming a second producer. That's something that we have to start doing now on the show. We have to start grooming somebody to back up Sean now at this point. Oh, it's and by the way, this was not supposed to be this way because obviously my best friend should have been a part of all of this and should be here with us and part of all of this. But anyway, it just these are things that happen in life that just, man, you never recover from. Tell you, I think about Bill every freaking day. And those of you obviously that have been with us for a while, you got to know Bill, and we miss him, man. We miss him a ton. Greater Good is in the house. Daniel Grafton says, Big O, I'm watching from Denmark, visiting old family. Be easy, brother. Thank you, Daniel. Out there in Denmark. Wow, yeah. Dinamarca. NorCal says, let's see, Martinez, California, tuned in after a wake and bake, puff, puff, give. Don't puff, puff, give. Don't pass. NorCal, you're still in personal mode. Roll your own and stay with your own. Do not share. Okay? There is still a pandemic going on. There's another stinking variant going on now. So be careful out there. Do not pass. Okay? Joey Vasquez says, got my Dolphin season tickets locked in to see Tua breakout this year. Raging Dolphin Maniac says, hello, everybody. Giving my students the day off today. Yeah, that's a good teacher, Raging. That's a good teacher. Okay? That's a great teacher. David Triana says, oh, how about the comeback Cats last night? Amazing how you can watch this team and just know they'll find a way to win. Yeah, Barkov. That was, they're awesome, man. They're never out of it. They're never out of it. And I'm watching that game last night, and I'm just confident that in this game, and sure enough, somehow or another, they found a way again to win the game, and you got to love that, man. Big O flying without a net. Yes, sir, we are flying. We've got no Sean today, man. Big O, I mentioned the honey and lime and rum. Maybe the rum is just my way. I can't do the rum, because it's by like hour number 2, and it's just, let me have another shot. No, I can't do that. I can't do it. Yeah, I do the rum. It's that would not be. The good thing is it's not illegal, because I can do whatever I want here, but on regular radio, you wouldn't be able to drink. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a little different. Big O, I want to take my girl and myself to our first hockey game during the playoffs. Any area that you would oh, dude, sit on the ice. Lower bowl ice level. If somehow or another, Francisco, you can buy a pair of tickets, lower ice level, it will change your life. Okay? Buy a ticket in the first 10 rows of a hockey game. If you could get it in the first couple of rows, go for it. Please, go to a hockey game in the first 10 rows. I want you to experience it up close. where you see the contact and the guys up against the glass and everything, you will change the way you look at hockey and how great and how an amazing sport it is. That's my suggestion to you, Francisco. Get lower bowl tickets. That is one of the greatest sports experiences ever. Lower bowl hockey tickets in a playoff game. Oh my God. That's heaven. Heaven. Vivinetti says, what's up? Bringing in Ingram for a visit. I think he will sign this time. So do I. That's the one I want. I don't want Reuben Foster. I want him. Big Rig goes lower bowl, Francisco. See, he knows. Lisa Rose says, good morning. 6193. Good morning from New England. Are you a fan of the NBA sort of playoffs for the 7 and 8 spots? Yeah, I'm fine with that. I have no problem with that. Yeah, because there's not much of a difference between the 7, 8, 9, and 10s. So let them play amongst each other. I have no issues with that. I think it's actually a cool thing that they do that. Morning, Big O. What's your record prediction for the Dolphins this season? Johnny, why don't we do this? Let's wait for the entire offseason and training camp and preseason to be over. So that way I know who's healthy and who's not. I don't even know who they've drafted yet. I don't know who else they've added after the draft. I don't know what late off-season cuts happen that maybe they pick up somebody. Chris Greer's a wheeler and a dealer. I got to wait till the entire process is done. So check back with me after the last preseason game now, right? Because there's only 3. So after the preseason game's done, and we have that, 2-week, 10-day period till the season starts, that's when I'll give you my prediction on what I think the Dolphins can be. But basically, it's a 9 and 10 win team. So if Mike McDaniel's a good coach and he's got a good staff, he should win 11 or 12. Math tells you that, just so you'll know. But let's wait till everything is done, and then we can get a feel for where they really stand. But if you fix your issues, you should win 11 or 12. You should. Let's see. Ragin says, but get those hockey tickets below the glass level. Puck clears the glass when you don't expect it. True. Very true. Ragin has a very good I just tell you the top 10 rows because it's playoffs. I don't know what tickets are going to be available. They're going to be, maybe you're going to have to pay a couple of extra bucks. Eddie Lepp is in. Good morning. Cats keep on winning. Hell yeah. And we'll see you in a couple months, Eddie. And others, by the way, we are going to have a new sponsor that called us yesterday on the business line, 786-754-4664. If you are a company that wants to partner with our platform, local, national, and we have a national company that called us yesterday, and they're going to partner with us. I think their home offices are in Daytona. So I told them, hey, man, we'll meet in a couple months when I go up to Tortugas and go do the broadcast at Flagler Beach. And so you'll soon hear from him. But if your business, local or national, wants to be a part of our platform, since we're reaching so many people, 786-754-4664. If you want to be a part of it, appreciate you all out there. So looking forward to it. So see you soon, Eddie Lepp and others out there, of course. So Scott Fox, by the way, is the owner of Tortugas up there. And again, if you own a business anywhere in the Tri-County area here in South Florida, the state or the nation, you want to be a part of our program and sponsor, and we will travel also to your business And we can also do a broadcast from there, just like what we did with Sloman's. I just reached out to my boys at Sloman's. I said, I need another Alarmo. We're going to get another alarm. I need one for the road mic, because yesterday I'm sitting there in the Caneswear, and I'm looking at our road mic, and I'm going, it's kind of empty without Alarmo. But I'm not moving Alarmo from the studio mic, so we got to get another Alarmo. So I reached out to our folks at Sloman's, which, by the way, free doorbell camera, 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tell them that I sent you. 14 different states we're in. Big O's Swedish House Mafia's new album is coming out on Friday. Axwell Ingrosso and Steve Angelo strike gold again. Big O, listen to Axwell's set. It will get you into progressive house music. Well, the Swedish House Mafia, along with The Weeknd, are the ones that replaced Kanye over at it's not Lollapalooza, is it? No, it's Coachella. So the El Loco dropped out of Coachella, so they've got Swedish House Mafia. Now, but I'm not, as you must know, as you said it, I'm not really much into the house music stuff, so we'll see. I don't know if I would even give it a time of day, to be honest with you. Big O, why won't this Tom Brady thing go? At Marks, I don't even care about it. I don't read it. Why is it bothering you, bro? Tua's my quarterback. Waddle's my receiver. Mike McDaniel's my coach. Chris Greer, Marvin Allen, Reggie McKenzie, that's my front office. I worry about my Dolphins, bro. I don't care about a Tom Brady story. I don't care. Why am I going to bog my life down with stuff that doesn't matter? It never happened. We never even know if it was really going to happen. So it's just shit that people are writing because we're in the off season and they've got to fill time. I'd rather talk about things that the Dolphins are really doing, like bringing Melvin Ingram. Whether we agree or disagree on Reuben Foster, let's talk about it. Talk about the luau and talk about Tua and the coaches and the support he's getting and all that kind of stuff. Talk about the draft coming up in 2 weeks. Okay, so we're not big players on Thursday night, but Friday and Saturday we got some action. So we'll talk about that. Dude, there's a lot of good things that we could talk about. Why are you going to bog yourself down? Tom Brady isn't here. He's in Tampa. Champagne's retired. The Saints moved on. The Bucks moved on. The Dolphins moved on. Add Marks, move on. Move on, bro. Just avoid the story. It's this whole thing of I like when you guys send me stuff about Colin Cowherd and Skip Bayless and all that. And I tell you guys, you always ask me, did you see this? And I'm like, no, I didn't. Because I don't watch. Because I don't care. But there's something about it with some of you out there that there's something that doesn't matter, but you still watch it, or somebody you don't like, but you still watch or listen. And I don't comprehend that part. I don't understand that. So let it go, man. I don't even bother reading those stories. It's a waste of time. Big O, your boy Bill was a class act. He quickly became a friend to me. Also, don't worry, puff, puff, don't give, because I'm greedy like that. There you go. Hog it up. William Russell says, greetings from Chautauqua, Chautauqua, Illinois. I don't know. Something. William, you're effing with me now, aren't you? Thank you for listening out there in St. Louis, near St. Louis, in whatever the hell that city is in Illinois. Jamie says, I'm hoping I can get tickets to see the Dolphins when they come to Santa Clara to play the 49ers. I used to work 3 blocks away from the new stadium. Not anymore. Greater Good reminds everybody to hammer the like button. Alexander Renee says, Big O, good morning. Just waking up and getting back on that grind, baby. Damn right. Ragin says, oh, checked out the Naked Gypsy Queens. Great band, aren't they? They're cool. Cool. I enjoyed it, man. I'm a fan of theirs now. I'm a fan. Big O, did you watch the HOA podcast with Jalen Waddle, and what's your thought? No, I did not. I only saw the cut of we played it yesterday with Omar and Waddle asking about the Mac Jones thing. And if you missed that, you can go back and watch it. We did it yesterday. You know how it goes on this show. We don't do lazy radio, repeating the same things over. So it's there. It's all there for you, man. Let's see what else. Melvin Ingram is a nice depth piece for them on the D line, but money would be better spent on a center and middle linebacker. Yeah, but maybe the center wants way too much money, and that's probably why he's still out there. Diego wants to know about the indica. I'm not sure which one is it, bro. What strain are you talking about? Tank McBride says, I stopped watching all those mainstream sports channels. Well, they don't know jack about our Dolphins. Anyways. It says, Big O, the Marlins lost last night. Mattingly is killing this team. You should pay attention and start a fire Mattingly. First of all, there's nobody is going to take this team to anywhere, not Mattingly or any other, team out there. But it's just, listen, losing, what was it, late or whatever, 4-3, and get at least the home run by Chisholm was, kind of a win. But blaming Mattingly, look, I'm not a Mattingly fan. Okay, let's just start with that. Okay, I'm not a Mattingly fan, but I will say this: no one's going to do anything with this team. They're not going anywhere. They didn't spend enough on the offensive side to complement the pitching. So you can have the greatest manager in the world. You're not going to the playoffs with this team. It's not a playoff team. You know what? I have this story, and I didn't even know if I was going to get to it. But since you brought it up, I'm going to bring up this story now. Okay? And I know that Rap Sheet's going to call us any minute now. So I got to get through this as quickly as possible. But let me run a story by you right now. The Reds COO, he ended up getting in trouble because he kind of gave the Reds fans a reality check. And I think you, sir, as a Marlins fan, need a reality check here. So Reds president and chief operating officer Phil Castellini made controversial comments during an interview with 700 WLW in Cincinnati's Mo Egger and Scott Sloan on Tuesday morning. I know Mo, I should get him on. The Reds made several trades this offseason that seem to indicate they're rebuilding. Castellini was asked why fans should still maintain trust in the team's front office. He didn't mince words in his response. He goes, where are you going to go? If you want to look at what you would do with this team to have it be more profitable, make more money, compete more in the current economic system that is this game exists, it would be to pick it up and move it somewhere else. And so be careful what you ask for. So when asked to clarify, he follows up. I like this dude. He goes, "Are you going to abandon being a Reds fan?" We haven't abandoned it. We haven't abandoned investing in the team. The point is, how about everybody just settle down and celebrate and cheer for the team? So, you know what he's basically saying? My brother, I own a team here and I'm running a team, but we're in a broken system. A system that allows the Cubs, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox to spend way more than everybody else because they bring in way more revenue than everybody else. The Red Sox have their own network. The Yankees have their own network. The Cubs have their own network. The Dodgers draw 4 million fans every year. All these teams have incredible resources that the Reds don't have, that the Marlins don't have, that the Rays don't have. So you're going to complain about the Rays if they were here because you would be pissed that they don't spend money because you know if the Rays and the A's actually spent some money, they would win a title. But they never win a title. Why? Because they don't spend. So at least I give the Red COO a ton of credit for having los cojones to drop the hammer on them and say, hey, these are the facts. Reds fans, what do you want us to do? Spend money like the Dodgers? Marlins fans, what do you want us to do? Spend money like the Dodgers? We can't. That's the reality. And for the gentleman that's complaining about Mattingly, live in reality, my brother. Nobody's taking the Marlins to the playoffs. Not this. This is not a playoff team. And it's not Don Mattingly's fault. Bruce Sherman doesn't have the money to spend to get to that point. It's just the way it is. Nelson Alfonso, thank you for the love on the super chat, sir. Hear me out, oh. Debo is a good idea. In 5 years, Tyreek is 33, while he and Waddle are both 27 in the same frame. Plus, we don't have to use him in the same way the 49ers did in Preserve. How are you going to use him, bro? Because he can't play any other way. He's a running back. Now, so you want to sign Debo Samuel, trade a bunch of picks, give him a big contract, and not play him the only way he knows how to play. Think about what you just said. It's not, it doesn't make any sense. And the Debo Samuel's contract is not a good contract. Because nobody can survive playing like that every down. It's coming. You just can't take that kind of a pounding. So if I'm right and McDaniel's going to have Debo on his team already, but he's going to use 5 different players to do it, I kind of like it that way too. I'd rather have it that way. It keeps him fresh. They already paid Tyreek Hill. Eventually, you're going to have to pay Waddle. You cannot also pay Debo Samuel. No. So you and I are going to completely disagree on this one, Nelson. GP says, that's right. Mattingly is doing the best with what he's got. And I don't think, listen, GP Trap, I'm not going to give Mattingly any breaks. He was a monster underachiever with the Dodgers who can spend. So I'm not a Mattingly fan, but I'm just not naive enough to think that there's any manager that's going to fix what the Marlins are. That's the part I'm just not going to, I just can't believe that part. So I get it, whether you like Mattingly or not, I just find it a little unfair to ask Don Mattingly to do something that is unrealistic with the Marlins team that doesn't have the kind of talent that should be challenging the top teams in not just their division or in the entire conference. They just don't have that kind of a payroll. That's the problem. All right, let's get ready, baby. He is in. Ian Rappaport is ready to rock with us here on the Slowman's Look Around the NFL.
Football fans, it's time to look around the NFL. It's the Slowman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. In the NFL, you need a great offensive line for protection. In life, call 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. No one protects your family like Sloman's Home Security. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rappaport.
All right, there he is. How you feeling, my man? You feeling good?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I can't complain. All right, so is the Washington Commander fan finally going to get the relief that they deserve, Ian? Because we've watched this mess in Washington for a long time. And dude, I get that the shield has to protect the shield. So any mess in Washington or any mess in Miami with Ross and Flores or whatever, they've got to try to protect them to protect the shield, which is more important than the Dolphin shield or the W in Washington. And I understand all of that. But it has to get to a point where the other owners have to say, bro, this is enough already. So what happens in Commander Land for those fans?
Yeah, and I would say, protect the shield. Protect the shield is an interesting one because I don't know what that means in this context, right? Like, does that mean protect the Washington Commanders, or does it mean protect the 31 other owners who allegedly were having, ticket revenue taken out from under them and not paid to them? Like, that's a real interesting question. And remember, if these allegations are true, which we don't know right now, we know that Congress is investigating. We know that several congressional members have come out strongly and said congressional members have come out strongly and said that they believe this is the case, but we don't have the proof. We have not seen it. But if they are taking ticket revenue that should go to fellow owners and taking it themselves, that is a serious allegation, and that might be something that the 31 other owners would get together and vote and say, you know what, maybe that is enough to take the team away from Dan Snyder and force him to sell, because that is the only way that's going to happen. It's not Roger Goodell making a unilateral decision. It's all the owners together making their decision.
But Ian, the other day they had this event for something, and Dan was the first guy there on the podium, ready to go, and he's not supposed to be running things, and yet the league still allows him to be doing it and all that. Why haven't they kind of stepped in to try to separate church from state?
Yeah, and I think they have. No, well, I mean, you can't. I mean, I guess you could, but you can't really tie his hands down and force him out of the building. I do not believe that he is running things on a day-to-day basis. That is my understanding, and I hope that is the case. I'm not in the Washington Commanders building. I don't know for sure, but I would say, if he is running things more than he should, then that is a dangerous line to walk with the NFL, which is already clearly frustrated by him. I mean, and we know that because remember during Super Bowl when, there was another allegation and the Commanders came out and said, oh, we're going to, investigate ourselves. And the NFL said, actually, no, we are going to investigate. And we're appointing Mary Jo White to, step in and all these different things. So the NFL is already frustrated with the Commanders. So I don't know that they're going to take his word for it. And I know that if there was any impropriety, it would only make things worse for him.
By the way, I'm proud to. I've known you for a while now, obviously for easily 15 years, and I'm happy to have you on. I'm glad the way you carry yourself when you report things, because, brother, this week some of the Dwayne Haskins stuff. My Lord, brother, I am just cringing at the way things are being reported at times, and we gotta have a little bit more respect for the dead, dude. I mean, listen, if it's, Fidel Castro or somebody like that dies, and you want to maybe take a shot at somebody like that, that's fine. But Dwayne Haskins, my man, he was a good kid. Why do we have to bring even football in here into account or anything like that? Just really weird how that story was handled this week by several.
Well, I would just say for me, just talking about myself and how I handled it, look, I want to break every story. I'm always in a race, as you know, to break every story. And that's why we had to delay this, because I wanted to break the Derek Carr contract extension that I just tweeted right before coming on. And I want to break every story. But, when I caught wind of the, unfortunate and tragic death of Dwayne Haskins, just for me personally, not talking about anyone else, I was not in a rush to break that. I talked to the team. I talked to reached out to the agent. I was comfortable letting the team announce that. It didn't feel great to me to, announce someone's passing unless, the family comes to you and say, hey, we'd like you to announce this. So that was just how I handled it. It's there's so many unfortunate things here. I got to know Dwayne fairly well over the course of the last several years. He came on my podcast. He was a really good guy. I know he was working as hard as he could with the Steelers. They were really, kind of optimistic about his prospects, and I know they just liked him. And that was, the saddest thing for me is like he found a place that was really good for him. He was in a great spot, and the team really liked him. And, this tragedy happens. It was just very, very sad for everyone involved.
Yeah, man. It's just, and apparently we have a local report that says he left a car walking because he left a woman that was drunk or passed out in the car. And I don't know what's happened with that story, but man, that is a really, really tough story to watch. All right, let's go to the lighter side of all of this. What'd you think of our boy Mike McDaniel and the Warrior chant at the Tua Luau? Is he locked and loaded for the season now?
I guess this is it, right? I mean, once you hear the chant, that's it, right? I'm not totally familiar, but I think this has now kind of made him ready, right? Now he doesn't need to go through OTAs and minicamp, I assume.
Nah, he's set to go. And I've been talking about this the last couple. And look, every new coach, it's a new, fresh start. Everybody's happy, all that stuff. But he has done, at least you tell me from an outsider's point of view, it looks to me like he's done a phenomenal job of connecting with his team, with his players, which at least that sets the foundation for you to at least then now coach them and reach them. So I give him credit for that, at least, because it's completely different than what the experience we've had here the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I have no idea how good of a coach Mike McDaniel is going to be, but it's going to be fascinating to watch for a lot of reasons. One, he is brilliant. And, he has been always, as we've talked about, the X's and O's dynamo behind Kyle Shanahan. So now he's bringing that to his own team. The Dolphins already have pretty good players. So, what is that going to mean? And how is that going to translate on the field? That's going to be really fun to see. And he's not a guy who really, he doesn't scream and yell. He's not going to be all motivating. If he wants something out of you, he's going to tell you how to do it and just expect you to do it. It's a little bit of a different way of coaching, but for this generation of players, maybe that's it. I'm older than a lot of these players, but I don't really like to be yelled at either, honestly. That wouldn't work for me. And for players, I'm not sure that works either. Stop yelling.
It's very few. Yeah, very few of them.
So
very few. Yeah. I'm with you.
I don't know. It is going to be an incredibly interesting situation in Miami. I will say that.
It's interesting that you broke the Derek Carr story. And by the way, he broke the story where they have agreed to a 3-year contract extension worth $121.5 million. The agreement ties Carr to Vegas through 2025. He's already in the longest tenured QB in the AFC. And it's interesting because what's going on in Miami, and I want to bring it over to Derek Carr now. For a couple of years, we kind of felt that Derek Carr wasn't in the right place, because with John Gruden, at times it seemed like there was some friction. And then there was always these stories about him being on the trade block and all of these things. And at the end of the Gruden run, it seemed like there was a come to Jesus moment between those two, that some kind of a comfort zone was starting to be felt. And then after the whole Gruden mess, and he was obviously pushed out the door over the last year, he's kind of settled in. And now he gets this new contract. He gets Devontae Adams. But it almost seems, and you probably have more insight than any of us here on this, but it almost seems like, in a way, what's going on with Tua, where maybe he wasn't in the best of place with Flores and all of that. Well, Derek looks like he's in a better place than he was a few years ago also.
Yeah, and I would say that's the case as well. And this always frustrated me, because every time that John Gruden had the opportunity to support Derek Carr, or even just say, like, hey, this guy's my quarterback, he never really did it. He always was like, yeah, we're always looking for better. We're always looking for more. And I'm like, okay, well, it's hard to find a starting quarterback in the NFL. I mean, you see the teams that don't have one. Now you have one. Why would you not support him? And I never felt like John Gruden did, but the way Derek Carr is, like, he handles himself as well and as classy as anyone could have possibly, handle themselves, despite never really getting a real true vote of confidence. Well, this is a vote of confidence. This is the organization. This is the Raiders saying, you are our guy. We are going to pay you like a legitimate franchise quarterback. And now we're moving forward with what I think is going to be a really, really good team.
I've said this before, because I talked about this with Tua and Flo, and Flo also never really was behind. And I said, why don't you adopt a dog and throw it in the corner and just throw food at it and never pet it and never love it, and see how that relationship's going to turn out. Have a kid. Never tell the kid you love him or her. Never support the kid. See how that relationship's going to turn out. Anything has to be nurtured, dude. Whether it's a plant, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a reporter and an agent, a reporter and a front office executive, a reporter and a scout, because I've done the same thing the same way. Any relationship must be nurtured. And in a way, you kind of get that feeling that threshold was crossed for Derek. And it looks like now that threshold has been crossed for Tua here in Miami.
Yeah, and I would agree on that. And I think, for Tua, look, I mean, he's under contract, but I think it's pretty clear it's a big year for him. But the main thing for me is he really has tools to be successful. Like, he could go out there and just distribute the ball, and he doesn't have to be Tom Brady, doesn't have to be Aaron Rodgers. He can just distribute the football to really good players, and that is a successful quarterback. It's not like Brady's throwing the ball 50 yards down the field anytime either, honestly. Like, just get the ball to your good players and do it in rhythm, and you'll be fine. I think that's where Tua is, and that's where he should be, and they're going to run the ball really well, because that's what Mike McDaniel does. I think it's going to be, as positive a season, at least just from the outset, that it could be for Tua.
Ian Rappaport joining us here in our Sloman's Look around the NFL. Ian, the Dolphins brought in Reuben Foster. Not necessarily a fan of that one, but they're also bringing in Melvin Ingram, and they brought him in last year and didn't sign him. I kind of get the feeling this one might work out. So what are you hearing? Because it's clear they're looking for a linebacker, and I would love to see Melvin Ingram in a Dolphin uniform. Talk to me.
Yeah, and the fact that, he decided to take a visit is a good sign, because, he had not taken one, to my knowledge, in free agency. At this point in the offseason, you really, if you're going to take a visit, you got to be serious about a team. Not saying he's signing, but you got to at least be serious, and I think they are serious. He's serious. The way he played last year in Kansas City was really, really impressive. That was probably as well as he'd played in a couple years. If the Dolphins get that, then they're looking at, they don't have a lot of holes to fill in the draft. They have some, but not a lot. This would be sort of the finishing touches, I think, of a really, really good offseason in Miami.
All right, we'll wrap it up with this. We'll be in Vegas in a couple weeks for the draft. I just get the feeling that it's a really kind of messed up situation at the top of the draft that, like, this is the year you really don't want to have a top pick because there isn't that knockout superstar, and it's almost like I wonder what's going on at the top of the draft because I don't get the feeling there's a ton of teams trying to move up, and I get the feeling that there's a bunch of those teams at the top that would love to move down. So what are you hearing about what's going on? Because it just sounds so undecided at the top of that draft.
Yeah, and I would say, that's probably a right read. This is a draft where its strength is really, 16 to 40, probably 15 to 40, something like that. So, there's not basically what I mean by that is you get, essentially late first round or deep into the second round, which is good. But if you have the number one pick, you might get a player who's only a small bit better than that. There's no Myles Garrett pass rusher in the top of the draft, for instance. But doesn't mean you can't be successful. That's just what it looks like. So probably in the top of the draft, you're probably looking at, some really good core pieces, guys that teams would be happy with. But if you're the Jets and the Giants and you have 2 top 10 picks, probably wish for a little more, but you hope somebody wants to trade up and maybe you get some future assets as well.
Well, we'll wrap it up with this. The Jacksonville Jaguars. I got to tell you something. Aiden Hutchinson and Walker, they look like good players. But I've seen, they don't look to me like a Watt. They don't look to me like something super special.
Yeah.
And if I have what I think is a special quarterback, I don't care what he did last year. That poor kid did not have the structure around him to succeed. He's going to be a stud. I wouldn't bother with a defensive end, dude. I'd build the wall of Montezuma in front of that kid. We saw what happened with Andrew Luck. Don't allow stuff like that to ever happen again. You get to draft a generational dude, bro, take care of him. Draft the lineman. That's what I would do. I would go with the what's his name? The Ikam Iwakunu, whatever the and kid. I would go with that kid and protect. Wrapping it up with that, what would you do if you're the Jags?
Well, I think for the Jaguars, what they have to look at is what do they have already? I mean, they do have decent tackles. They do have solid tackles in Cam Robinson. He's on the franchise tag. Again, you wonder if they lock him up to a long-term deal. That'd be interesting to see. If they do, it might signal they're going defense. Really interesting decision going forward. But, to me, it feels like defense. But, we'll probably see in a little more than 2 weeks, which is exciting.
All right, good stuff. Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet. Catch his work at the NFL Network. And, of course, breaking stories all the time. And catch him every Wednesday here. Ian, as always, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you.
Thanks, man. Good talking to you as always.
You got it. There you go. Ian Rappaport, baby, right here on the program.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with Ian Rappaport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search and subscribe to Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor.
All righty. We back. Appreciate all of you out there, as always, for joining us. And by the way, the next listener here in South Florida, because Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises is only here in South Florida, but the next business owner or homeowner that gets their roof done with Tommy B. But he's also a Y Green contractor. So if you also want to make your home green, solar, all that good stuff, I'll do it also. But the next person that calls Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises and gets their roof done with them or Y Green, 954-735-9826. I will do a show at your home or your business. That's pretty cool. If it's your business, that's like, a free commercial for a couple of hours for your business. So there you go. So if you need to do your roof, don't wait till the rainy season, because that's what I'm told. The roofers say, this is our slow time. Everybody waits till June and their roofs are leaking all over the place and everything's getting ruined. And then they're calling us, desperate to fix the roof. So that's usually what happens. So if you do want to get your roof fixed, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826, AAA rating from the Better Business Bureau, and all the work is fully guaranteed with you, the customers, complete satisfaction. That's what it's all about. Smash that like button if you're watching the video anywhere you're at or listening to the podcast. Please smash the like button. It is very important that you do that. Mike, who says getting Ian on the show is awesome. I'm really looking forward to the day Big O show takes that next step to something like a permanent studio with a whole team Sean can direct in the back. Well, we might be able to do that down the line. You never know. But, slowly but surely, we'll get there. We'll get there. Big O, you will podcast from my S&M dungeon. That'll be good visuals. Good visuals. I could be broadcasting, then behind me, people are getting whipped. They're chained up. Yeah, I think that would be an awesome background. Definitely. Why not? Let's do a show from Plato's Retreat. Does that place still exist? Let's see. Now, working from home is the future. Well, then it's the now. That's what it is. It's the now. Oh, man. All right. The Welton Rayom text line, by the way, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. Again, if your business wants to be a part of our business, you can call us on the business line if you want to be a sponsor at 786-754-4664. That's the biz line. 786-754-4664, locally, statewide, or nationally. Your business, if you want to join us, you are more than welcome. Thank you very much. Watching from Blizzard in Bismarck, North Dakota. Snow packed in for a few days. Love your show. Give the Finns info I need up here. Fins up. Go Tua. There you go. Damn, dude. Bismarck, North Dakota. That's a cold-ass place. Hang in there, my brother. Wow. You are one tough hombre, I tell you. Let's see. Why don't you guys send me some crypto thing here? But it already comes from Bloomberg, so I worry about it already. Let me see. I don't know what this is. I don't have time for this right now, but I'll check it later. Whoever sent me that crypto article is, again, it already said Bloomberg, so I already have a little fishy eye. As I told you, some people don't really, know anything about it, and they're writing about something they have no idea. What else do we have here on the program? All right. Big O, the I Am Athlete show, you think Omar would be the one in our corner, but we got Ocho defending us against him. Kenneth Cleveland is live from the Boom Boom Room. Big O, can you do the show from the Boom Boom? Of course I would. Fix that roof, and we'll be there. Plato's Retreat, Jets fan every Sunday. Nice job by the Panthers last night over the Ducks, 3-2. Duclair had a couple of goals last night. I like it. Now, remember, the Panthers are tied right now with the Avalanche at 110 points. Now, the Panthers have played 73 games after last night. The Avalanche have played 72. So they have a game in hand. Tonight, the Colorado Avalanche are hosting the LA Kings. Your job on TNT, should you decide to accept it, is to watch and make sure you do all kinds of black magic, brujeria. For my Latin friends out there, go get yourself una vieja en Hialeah, okay? Doing la brujeria, and make sure we put the black magic spells, the brujeria spells, the Shango on the Avalanche. Okay, we need the Avalanche to lose tonight. So that way, both teams are tied at 110 points with whatever it is, 9 games to go. All right, remember, we're still chasing the number 1 overall seed. They have the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference locked up. But it's really important to try to get to the point of getting the number 1 overall seed. So that way, if you do run into the Avalanche in the finals, they're playing 4 in Florida. And by the way, I want the Avalanche. I want revenge, mother effer. Okay? I want the Avalanche. Several years ago, 26, you took advantage of us. All right? You had a loaded team. You even brought a Hall of Famer from Boston so you can just really load up. And you beat us years ago. It's time for payback, bitch. So we need to root against the Avalanche tonight and every night and take that number 1 spot. And if their sorry asses make it to the finals, then we need a sweep to pay them back too. Okay? So let's make sure that we take care of business here as fans. Do your job. Watch TNT tonight. Have a seance. Do black magic, brujeria, chango. I don't care what you do. All right? Get it done. Make sure the Avalanche lose tonight. I want all the bad juju in the world going out after the Avalanche tonight. Just saying. Okay? And smash that like button, please. Big O, when are you doing another episode of Reason? Watch the last one you did with him, and I enjoyed listening. I don't know. I got to talk to him, but yeah, I have no problem doing stuff with him. We look forward to it. Hopefully we'll do something. Let's see. Let's go, Cats. Happy local Chris Columbus. Dion Bush got signed to the Chiefs. I'm hoping one day we can bring him home. Send a Santeria witch to Colorado. That's what we need. We need to send a couple of old ladies from Hialeah with some Santeria to Colorado. Cigar Social Club says Game 4, Beezer versus Wah at the old arena. Epic game, although we lost. Yeah, that's a problem. It's payback time, bitch. It's payback time. We got to crush the Avalanche. We need revenge. Big O, I don't know if this would be feasible. Have you thought of making a site where you can link your old articles from the beat? I don't know if the paper owns the rights to. Hey, Tank, I know that us spics all look the same and sound the same. That's Armando Salguero. Armando Salguero, not Orlando Alzieri. But I know we all sound the same. We all get confused. Happens all the time. Hey, I love your work in the Herald. Yeah, dude, that's Armando, not Orlando. Huge difference. But we love you, Tank. I got the tree that gives the authentic zombie doll. Needles. There you go. Do it, bro. Do whatever it takes. Okay? Jordan's laughing. Well, Jordan, it looks like you're a brother, right? So it probably happens to you too, right? Right? Just one of those Asians, the brothers, the Hispanics, it just seems to happens to us, it's just one of those things. Yeah, no, you guys are all the same. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, bro. That's the world, man. That's the world we live in. There's a couple of Asian dudes watching me going, yeah, that happens to me too. A couple brothers going, yeah. Yeah, I've gotten that also. Yeah, it's happened. Kenneth Cleveland goes, yeah, I know the feeling. We all look alike. Yeah, you all look the same. You all floated from Cuba. It's just I can't tell the difference. The rafts look the same. The people look the same. Oh, man. I love it. It's all right. I have a sense of humor about it. Hour number 3 is next.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. You're tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OKCoin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OKCoin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OKCoin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There you go. Welcome aboard. It's hour number 3 or 4 or something. I don't know what it is. Where we started in the 8 o'clock hour, the 9 o'clock hour, the 10 o'clock hour, the 11 o'clock. It's the 4th hour in a way. There you go. And in our 4th hour, Tank follows up with, well, I thought you said you were on the beat the other day. I'm sorry if I misunderstood. No, I am on the beat, bro. But I'm an electronic media member. I was on the beat covering it for QAM. Okay. I was on the Dolphins beat for 8 straight years and the Miami Heat beat for 8 straight years. Yes. But it was electronically, okay? Not writing. It's all right, bro. You're not the first. Relax. Don't worry about it. I know it's kind of uncomfortable after when you lump us all in the same thing. One guy goes, oh, you look nothing like Armando. I know. I know. Definitely. What was your favorite thing from I Am Athlete podcast? I'll tell you when I see it. I haven't watched it. I only watched the Waddle cut. That's it. I did not watch. I've only watched one episode, and it was the Flow one. That's it. It was newsworthy, and that's it. That's the only thing. And then the Waddle one, I got the cut. I have not watched the show, to be quite honest with you. So I'd be lying to you if I told you that I knew something about the show. You know what I mean? Let's see. Devin Jordan says, Big O, your sense of humor is effing hilarious. Yeah, I'm just brutally honest. That's all. The Greater Good says, we Big O family members are not a glum lot. Subscribe and join us. There you go. Let's see. Big O, for some reason, people think that all of us Latinos' last name is Hernandez. No, yeah, Hernandez, Fernandez, Rodriguez, Garcia. You know, yeah, all you people have the same last name. That's why I get you all mixed up. And you all live in one house. How do you do that? Anybody remember Reggie White? Reggie White was like the ultimate in let's just insult the entire world or something, you know, that kind of deal. I don't know if anybody remembers. Let me see if I have the Reggie White stuff, because some young people may not have heard the Reggie White comments. Reggie White once got in front of Congress and he went off on a rant, and probably one of the most classic what would we call it? Racist rants. But he's I don't think Reggie had a racist bone in his body. It was just, he came from the old school in a way. You know what I'm saying? So in the old school, he kind of said things that you probably shouldn't say. And nowadays, but you could say things that we all would kind of accept. You know what I'm saying? So it was one of those deals. Let me see if I have the Reggie White comments, because those were some classic ones. I mean, you know, my man, who is it? Tank would like this, would like the Reggie White comments. I can't, you know what? Let me see if I'm trying to find them. And I don't know if I have them, because those were classics, man. God, I hope I have it. I know I have it. I just have to find it, because I have thousands and thousands of cuts with him. Reggie White on Asian people.
The Asian is very gifted in creation, creativity, and inventions. If you go to Japan or any Asian country, they can turn a television into a watch. They're very creative.
There you go.
White people are very gifted in what we call worship and celebration. A lot of us like to dance, and if you go to a black church, you see people jumping up and down because they really get into it. White people were blessed with the gift of structure and organization. You guys do a good job of building businesses and things of that nature. And you know how to tap into money pretty much better than a lot of people do around the world. Hispanics were gifted in family structure. And you can see a Hispanic person and they could put 20, 30 people in one home.
Yeah.
They were gifted in the family structure.
Yeah.
When you look at the Asian is very gifted in creation, creativity, and inventions. If you go to Japan or any Asian country, they can turn a television into a watch.
Yep.
They're very creative.
Very creative. Yep. So he ripped apart. He gave everybody some kind of a label. That was one of the classics of all time. Right, Rex?
You know, we got our butts kicked.
Well, you kind of like it, so it's all right. It's no problem. Just rub your wife's feet, and you'll be just fine. That's all. Okay? That's what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Yes. It's a beautiful thing. Wait, this isn't the Big A show? Big O, I've had people tell me that I'm not Mexican and that I should not call myself that amazing. They just couldn't stand why I would be proud of calling myself Mexican. It's a U.S. problem. I don't know, bro. It's just, some people, if you don't look like them, it is what it is. What can you do, right?
Really?
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, what can I tell you? They don't have the...
Do you think that was the right approach to take?
No, probably not. It's probably not the right approach to take. You know it's not the right approach to take? When you're Ricky Henderson breaking Lou Brock's record.
Lou Brock was the symbol of great base stealing. But today, I'm the greatest of all time. Thank you.
There you go. Lou Brock, you all right, but I'm better. Yeah, build yourself up while tearing others down. It's always a beautiful thing. Big O, what's the best Cuban restaurant in Broward? Well, I was at La Carreta yesterday in Broward. I was at the Pines and University Carreta yesterday. So, and by the way, that Carreta is never packed. So I always love going to that Carreta because you get served right away. Always. Every time. So I don't know, sir. I don't know all the Cuban restaurants in Broward, my brother. I'd be lying to you if I knew all of them. So I don't know. I know that there's a Vegas, right, in Broward, I think, and obviously I ran into the La Carreta. I'll tell you I'll tell you a Latin restaurant that I like. It's in Palm Beach. It's called oh, for Christ's sake, what's the name of that place in Palm Beach? Damn it, it's really good. It's way up in Palm Beach, bro. Might be even the middle to northern part of Palm Beach. Oh, God. Somebody help me out. Really popular Latin restaurant in Palm Beach. They're good, man. They do a good job. Ben y Hama in my favorite Cuban restaurant. Ben y Hama. Instead of Benihana's, Ben y Hama. Come and eat. Never packed. Food sucks. No. That's not true. No, Carreta's solid, bro. It's always solid. What I'm saying is it just never really is like super packed. No, it's not Pollo Tropical, man. It's actually a good restaurant in Palm Beach. Come on. We have a shit ton of Palm Beach listeners. We got to have now some watching right now And you got to be able to help me out with the damn restaurant in Palm Beach. No, not La Granja, not Havana's. Whereabouts in, like I'm saying, it's like in the middle to northern part of Palm Beach, man. Don Ramos, La Havana. No. Man. I hate that I'm forgetting that damn restaurant. I've only been at it twice. Los Pollos. No, it's in West Palm Beach. It's in West Palm Beach. It's up there. It's west of what's the name of that where the arena is, not the arena, the damn it. They have concerts there. It's an amphitheater. It's just west of that. Oh, God. Meisner Park. It's west of Meisner Park. Rosalina's? Isn't that Italian? Rosalita's. Rosalita's used to be a sponsor of ours, actually. They had good food, man. I don't know if Rosalita still has the same owners in West Palm Beach. They were sponsors of mine for a while, but once we went down to QAM and went south, they could no longer do the advertising because obviously we weren't in 640 anymore up in West Palm Beach. It's a nice restaurant. It's a good restaurant. And yes, it's still there, man. It's a hell of a restaurant. Oh, God. Oh, well. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just goggle it. As Hank Goldberg would say. In honor of Hank Goldberg, I'm going to goggle it, okay? And I'm going to put, let's see, best Latin restaurants in West Palm Beach. And I bet you it will come out. Has to come out. Let me see. 10 best Latin restaurants. Padrinos. Thank you, Ray. Padrinos. Coño. My Lord. That's it. Padrinos. Let me see. Padrinos. West Palm. I knew if I heard the damn name, I would remember. Padrinos in West Palm. There you go. It is 20455 State Road 7. Okay? Is that just west of Meisner? Did I get it right around the area? Is that right around the same area of the county, but west of it? Am I right? Somewhere around there? I haven't been there in call this segment Big O Googles it or goggles it. Remember. Meisner is in Boca. Isn't that West Palm? Isn't that Palm Beach County? Right? I think it is. Anyway, so yes. Mobster's name. Yeah, it is. Well, don't they have now Al Capone cigars? I heard that line. I've never smoked an Al Capone cigar. I don't even know if it's any good or it's just going off the Al Capone name and all. It's kind of like, I hate to do this, bro, but I'm going to do it. You ever smoke Mike Ditka cigars? Mike Ditka, the former tight end, Chicago and New Orleans Saints coach, his cigars are terrible. Like, his cigars suck. They taste like grass. And not the good grass. I'm talking about like your lawn. Okay? So, but again, it's a Mike Ditka thing. So, I don't know, maybe Bears fans that know nothing about cigars. Hey, I got Mike Ditka cigar. The Bears, whatever, the stupidity. Just, let me get, and I don't know if that, it's an Al Capone cigar. It's like, yeah, but is it any good? Or are you just getting it because of the name, that kind of thing. So I have no idea. I'd rather have a Perdomo personally, but what can I tell you? That's just me. Anyway, 855-912-1056. That's a real cigar right there. A sweet, delicious 10th anniversary that gets a 93 rating from Cigar Aficionado. That's what it's all about, or Cigar Journal, it is. Mob name restaurants and car dealerships. I highly recommend Brisas de Oriente in Pembroke Pines, close to Acura Pembroke Pines. Just discovered them recently, and it's quality and done right. Really? Okay. It's called Brisas de Oriente. You got it. All right. I'm going to check it out. Thank you, sir. Big O, did you see that Scorpion is changing the lyrics to Winds of Change during a concert recently because of the line, follow the Moskov down to Gorky Park? Ah, I got you. Down to Gorky Park. It's a great song, by the way. Let's see. Big O, there's a Padrino in Pines. Really? All right, there you go. I've gone to the one in West Palm because I've eaten there with a buddy of mine a couple times. That's why. So I never even knew about Padrinos. Only because of him. That's the only reason. So there you go. And I enjoyed it. I thought it was really good food. Dolphin Don says, I don't know. One day I'm going to visit the 305 for a game if I'm lucky. Well, I hope you do, my friend. NorCal says, Sammy Hagar tequila was terrible. I think he's doing rum now. Yeah, I don't know if it's good or bad. I can't, So I shouldn't do the Mike Ditka reverse mortgage. Well, Mike Ditka, not a guy that necessarily I would call credible for any kind of advertising. That's a dude that just takes the money. He doesn't ask any questions, and he don't care who he's representing. So I'm just saying, just calling it like I see it. Let's see. The U-Haul building needed FTX Arena is where Al Capone stashed his liquor. Okay. Big O Padrinos does home delivery cantina. I'm trying to lose weight, bro. I'm losing that extra chin. Have you guys noticed that? Anybody noticed that? Nobody noticed it, right? Nobody noticed it. But I've lost a little weight. Nobody notices it, but I've lost a few pounds. You normally tell right away from my shin because see, I don't have the second one. The second one's not there. So the face is a little thinner than it normally is. I'm trying, man. I'm trying badly. I really am. I am hoping very soon I have something that I can do to exercise and a routine that I'm going to start so I can lose some weight. Mike Ditka's restaurant is trash too. Well, I've never been to the restaurant. I can tell you this. Don't buy his cigars. That's all I can tell you. His cigars are dog shit. Terrible. Like I wouldn't even gift them to somebody. I have a humidor in my house. I have 5 humidors in my house. 4 of them I care about. One of them I don't. One of them is full of cigars. I hope none of my friends are watching that come over. Well, one of them is full of cigars that have been given to me over the last few years, maybe 10, that cheap cigars, not good, shit that I would never smoke. So what I do is, because the other 4 humidors have like really good cigars and sometimes expensive cigars, and they've been in the humidor for a while now. So we go to the back and we smoke, right? And so my friends will say, oh, hey, yeah, give me this cigar. And so what I'll do is, they don't know shit about cigars. If you know about cigars, then I can give you a real good one. But since they don't know shit about cigars, I go to that humidor and I reach for a cheap cigar and I give them the cigar and I say, hey, man, there's a good smoke, bro. Take it easy. Take care of it. Enjoy it. Because most of the time they'll leave either 3/4 or half the cigar. Not even any more than that. And then anybody that's a cigar aficionado, you know what I'm talking about. Giving a good cigar to somebody that doesn't appreciate it, dude, I'd rather you punch me in the gut. Seriously. I'd rather you punch me in the gut than me give you a Padron, a Perdomo, a, Espinosa, a H. Upman, a quality cigar, right? I give you a quality cigar and you don't smoke it. It's like, that pisses me off. It pisses off any cigar aficionado. So I have that humidor as a backup. And those are the ones I give to the people that I know don't know jack about cigars. Why? Because I don't care what you do with that cigar. I don't care if you take two tokes from it and you throw it away. Don't care. And that one's got about 150 of them already from over the years. So I'm loaded, bro, on that end. They're just sitting there and they're like, anybody want one? Yeah, here you go, bro. No problem. Smoke away, Johnny. Do whatever you want. Just don't ruin my Perdomo. I give you a 10th anniversary and you leave 3/4 of that. I'm pissed. I'm livid. I bring the cigar in. I get it in the humidor. I get it to a perfect way of smoking it. It's got the perfect humidity and everything. And you're going to ruin it by not smoking it? Get the hell out of here. Big O, did you save the Padron 89 special event cigar I gave you years ago? That was it. I still have it, actually. If I believe, yes. In fact, I'm sure I have it in a box inside my giant humidor, because I have a humidor that's about this. It's about 5 foot wide easily, and it's about 4.5 feet tall, something like that. And it's got just a ginormous amount of cigars in it. It's probably about 1,500 cigars in that thing. It's crazy. Got boxes and boxes in there. Let's see. What else do we have? Don't give Johnny Walker Blue to those who don't. Yeah, no, of course. That too. Yeah. You never want to do that. All right. Let's get into a little Miami Dolphins talk. Joe Shad is ready to go. He is ready to talk a little Miami Dolphins football right here on the Big O Radio Show.
Dolphins fans, buckle up. It's time for the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins Report with Joe Shad. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy. With fast approvals and quick closings. Call them at 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Here's Joe Shad with today's edition of the American Dream Lending Report.
How you doing, Joe? You feeling good?
Much better, Big O. Thanks for asking.
Are you in the facility? Because don't look beautiful. Normally, when it looks beautiful, that means you're home. This looks like you're in a facility right now.
Yeah, I'm at the Miami Dolphins press room in beautiful Miami Gardens. You should see
were you getting access to today?
You should see the amount of equipment that they're bringing through to try to get this racetrack done in time. And I'm sure it will get done, but there's a lot of big parts that are still being brought in. The Dolphins have tweeted.
Yes.
They are promoting the questions that we will be asking to Mike Gesicki, Landon Roberts, and Austin Jackson at 12 o'clock.
What's the most intriguing thing you want to ask Austin Jackson?
Well, obviously, if he's been told that he has an opportunity to compete at right guard and right tackle, which I would presume is the reality of the scenario.
They might even tell you left guard too. Even though you know and I know that Connor will probably be the guy, I think that carrot will be. I bet you they dangled that carrot there because I don't think they want anybody with their heads out of the game. They want them like everybody competing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they always talk about that spring cross training, and I'm sure Austin Jackson will get the cross training at right tackle, right guard, left guard, even left tackle. I think in an ideal situation, he's kind of like the first offensive lineman off the bench, unless he really proves that he can be an outstanding right guard. I know that the staff is going to give him a fresh start and a fresh slate, so I'm sure Austin's looking forward to that. He's athletic. Yeah. I think guard is where it's at for him. Maybe right guard. Let's see him compete with Liam Eichenberg at right guard, or I guess right tackle if Robert Hunt wants to stay at right guard. It's going to be interesting to see shake out. I don't think any decisions have been finalized.
No, of course not. That's not going to happen till September, dude. Till late August is when they'll decide on what the hell's going on with that line, because they've got to go through a couple of preseason games and training camp to really get a feel for some of these guys. So I would imagine that would end up happening. All right, so I'm not a big fan of the Foster, signing him, and I know they brought him in, but I do love the Melvin Ingram one, and I was hoping last year they would get him. We had Ian Rappaport on earlier, and Ian dropped a nugget that said he hasn't visited anybody this year. So he felt that Melvin, by just visiting the Dolphins, was a real positive for Miami. So what are you hearing? Because I would love to see Melvin Ingram sign with the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, I mean, Ingram has visited the Dolphins in the past and not signed, so I don't think it's by any means a slam dunk. If you can add a Melvin Ingram at a reasonable cost, which it likely would be, last year, the Chiefs or the Steelers, whoever had him first, added him at a reasonable.
Steelers got him, then the Chiefs. That's how it went.
Right, so the Steelers signed him at a reasonable contract. Now, this is a player who has not had a lot of sacks over the last 2 years after posting 6 or so straight years of 7 sacks. So this is not the same player that he was in his prime, but I do like him as a rotational addition. When you add him in with an Emmanuel Ogbah, an Andrew Van Ginkel, a Jalen Phillips, and the thing about Ingram is he's not a one-trick pony. He's also very solid against the run. So he's not a liability on the edge, which a lot of these, pass rush edge guys are. So, yeah, of course, if you can add Ingram, you go ahead and do it. He certainly looks on social media to be in good shape. I think he's like 32 years old. I think it's a
Dolphins sign him. Do they get an A for the offseason?
No, Jesus. Probably not. Yeah, no, probably
Jesus, not. Damn, bro. God, you are.
Well, now that you made it a thing, I'm pretty much never going to give out an A.
No, obviously we could tell. I mean, that's it. I mean, I don't know what else you want from these people. They've done everything possible to get an A from Joe Shad.
Well, the offseason's not over. They got a little bit of salary cap space. There's always the possibility.
Well, if you haven't given an A now, you're not going to give them an A for a 3rd or 4th round or 7th round picks. You're not doing that.
Well, yeah, they could add a center. They could add a middle linebacker, an edge rusher. You never know. They did sign a former Pro Bowl punter, right?
Yes, but you still didn't give them an A for that. You added a punter. They're going to add Melvin Ingram, and there's still no A. There's still nothing.
No, B plus.
What kind of a B? It's a B plus, huh?
B plus is like a 87.5, I think. That's pretty good.
I think a B plus for you is kind of really an A for the rest of us. I'm going to go. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to go with that.
I do have high standards.
Yes, definitely. I mean, you gave your pool guy like 2 stars out of 5. I mean, that was a terrible review for the pool guy. God, that was just brutal, Joe. Poor guy. He'll never get work again.
Yeah.
So
who else? So Mike Gesicki. So the question for Mike Gesicki, before you ask your question, is obviously, how do you feel about playing on this franchise tag? Are you comfortable with it? Do you think it's a good idea to go ahead and just see how you fit into the Mike McDaniel offense? Or are you still hoping for a long-term contract? He'll probably say that he's not worried about it and he's letting his agent handle that, something like that.
By the way,
focused on Durham Smythe getting a long-term contract.
People are saying we should call you Joe Shid because there's no A in it. So Joe Shid. No Joe Shad. We have to eliminate the A since there are no A's for Joe Shad.
I get it.
Joe Shid. So, this is how we have to. I think they're on to something there now. Since since you don't grade an A, you don't get one for your name either then.
Look, it's April. I don't give out A's in April.
Well,
Nobody's getting an A.
Come on, have a heart for April. A for April. Joe Shid joining us here from the Palm Beach Post. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at Shid Joe. There on the. So let me ask you, just out of, you start looking at the whole big picture thing, okay? And you saw Tua, that soundbite of him being wowed about Marino arriving and all that good stuff, right? You saw that, right? Did you see that?
Yeah,
video?
I'm looking forward to. I'm sure that we're going to catch up with Tua in the near
but
future.
did you see that specific video of him pointing at, hey, there's Dan Marino. Wow, that's Dan Marino. And did you see that part? Did you see that video?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, you did. All right. And then that obviously being there and being supportive, and then earlier during the year, there was that moment where they showed Dan with Tua on the field. Do you remember that video of Dan on the field with Tua?
Yeah, I mean, what was the thing though? They were talking, right? What was the thing?
It was one of those. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can bring it up for you.
There wasn't a problem there, right? Was there a problem?
No, it wasn't a problem at all, my brother.
Oh.
The way at least the way I viewed it, I didn't view it as a problem. Let me see here.
I mean, listen, of course Marino is going to support Tua in the same way Jason Taylor once said he thought Charles Harris could be like a Pro Bowler. I mean,
right. Well,
these guys support each other.
Exactly. So here's that video that was caught by, I don't know, one of the things, some camera or something. And there's Marino obviously hugging Tua, and this was during that time. And then he puts his hands on his face, the Italian thing, like, hey, kid, we know you're not the problem. We know what the real problem is.
Yeah, but did a lip reader come in and say that that's what he said? I didn't know that.
No, I'm just telling you kind of what he's. That's it. That's the Italian thing. Hey, we love you, kid. We know you're not the problem. We know Flo's the problem. And so one of the things that I was
wasn't it Landon Roberts who said that on the sideline?
Also, yes.
In a mic'd up thing?
Yeah. Now, hold on a second. So, let me perspective here. So Jimmy Johnson put Dan Marino through hell when he took over. He stripped the offense, got rid of Irving Fryer, got rid of his pass catching running backs, got rid of the audible system that Marino could call, the entire playbook if he felt like it. And he gave him a check with me system. And it was hell for Marino the final 4 years with Jimmy, because he didn't really have the support from Jimmy, because Jimmy wanted to trade him and Wayne wouldn't allow it. Wayne forced him to keep Danny, and Flo didn't want to. So I'm just saying, Marino understands Tua to a certain extent of what it's like to be around a coach who is not supportive of you. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, it's important to feel that the folks you work for, your direct supervisors, do have confidence that you can be successful, that you can perform well. So, yeah, I definitely think that there's a lot of validity to the idea that Tua's confidence is going to be boosted by the additions of Mike McDaniel and Darrell Bevel, Frank Smith, those guys. I think everything has been put into place to help Tua, and that's why my expectations for Tua have increased. That's why I think he's going to perform well in 2022.
All right, but you can't get you're not allowed on the bandwagon now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so when we're on our way to Arizona for the Super Bowl and you're writing all those nice articles, you're not allowed with Omar back there behind you. You guys aren't allowed on the bandwagon. I just want you to know that.
Yeah, I saw trainer Nick Hicks was questioning whether or not Omar was a Tua believer.
Oh, no, he's a Tua disbeliever.
Say hi, Omar. Omar, are you a Tua believer at this point?
I am a Tua believer. I am not all out on Tua.
He's not all out on Tua.
Yeah. Neither one of you two are allowed on Tua. No. Okay.
Omar doesn't get paid for this segment, so I'm not going to force him to talk to you. Just so you know. We only talk when we're paid around here.
So wait a minute. Hold on a second. So I want you to look at Omar's list now, because I had to go defend Andrew Van Ginkel's honor here because he called them just a jag. And he said there are 10 guys in free agency better than Andrew Van Ginkel. Anthony Barr, Quan Alexander, Jason Pierre, I only have a couple fingers left, Paul, Kevin Minter, Kyle Van Noy, Jamie Collins, Donta Hightower, Trey Flowers, Jadeveon Clowney, Tack McKinley, Malcolm Smith, and KJ Wright.
Maybe four or five of those guys you could argue.
Okay.
But listen, Andrew Van Ginkel is a good player. He's a high motor guy. He's a guy who's going to give max effort. He's a guy who's going to force some turnovers. Not as many last year as the year before.
Well, turn around and tell Omar, hey, only 4 or 5 of those guys on that list are worthy.
Listen, every player on your defense doesn't need to be a Pro Bowler, doesn't need to be a superstar. Van Ginkel is what he is, and he's a good player. You can't make everybody happy, though. I made a list of the Dolphins' core young players that Chris Greer put together, a nice list. And friends and family of Zach Sealer. Nobody's been a bigger Zach Sealer fan than me. They said they got after me on Twitter. Hey, you're missing Zach Sealer. Well, you know what? Zach Sealer's a good player, but I can only fit like 10 guys on the list.
Well, but the guy's a hell of a player. He makes plays in every freaking game.
I call him the Beast. There's nobody
who's
a bigger fish.
I love Seiler, bro. He is awesome.
No, I know, but you can't always include Andrew Van Ginkel and Zach Sealer on every list. Last year, it was, you know what they were? They were my number 1 and number 2 underrated Dolphins in my list. So, underrated, high motor, hard workers, overachievers.
Just make sure you turn around and tell Omar that list that doesn't fly. All those people better than Van Ginkel. Well, Come on.
Big O, what you do is you put us in a corner, and then you make us defend our position.
That's the idea.
And then people attack us on Twitter and call us idiots. And then you love it because it's creating drama and excitement.
I love it.
You like everything that players think of us. That you are a little bit of a rabble rouser.
Me, I would never stir anything up. I would never do anything like that.
Did you tweet?
That's just so wrong on your part to think that I would try to.
Did you tweet out unfairly that Alan Poupar said that Mike McDaniel was not a cool guy? That was not nice of you, and
I didn't say that.
Alan.
I didn't say that.
That was a bad tweet by you.
I didn't say that Mike McDaniel. No,
that was not nice.
I didn't phrase it that way.
What did the tweet say?
I forgot, but I didn't phrase anything about Mike McDaniel not being a cool guy. It was something. I forgot what it was. I was what was it with Poupart? What was Poupart against?
Alan, what was it that he tweeted?
He basically
Yeah. Where is Poupart?
That what?
He's suggesting that Mike McDaniel doesn't have any kind of different attitude than Flo. It's the same thing, and
there's no difference between Mike McDaniel.
No. It was he was the one he doesn't agree that McDaniel has made an impression on the team. That's what it was.
Do you not agree that McDaniel has made an impression on the team?
You see? I said this again. He's a cool dude that everybody's gonna like. It doesn't mean shit.
Big O, just so you know, when you're not around, we all talk about you. Just so you know.
That's fine with me. I'm used to that. That's nothing new, bro. I've been at this 32 years. You know what I mean? I've had headlines in the Herald from Mike Lowell taking shots at me. I mean, give me a break. It's all
Alan is like a wait and see. He's a wait and see guy. He's a veteran.
Yeah.
He's got some skepticism, and I do too.
That's right.
But I like those headlines.
You're a
I like the headlines. Here's why Mike McDaniel's a cool guy. I like those headlines. I enjoy that.
Yeah. And you agree he's made an impression. There you go.
But I understand the point that Allen was making, which is, and he often says this, what do you expect the guy to say, you know? And you say that sometimes too. Like, what do you expect the guy to say?
that guy's completely different than the rest of
No. I mean when the players are asked, like, what do you think of his personality? Oh, he's great. I mean, you know.
Oh, but I never hear cool like we did from Tyreek. I never hear some of the things the way they've described him. That's not the way they describe Flo or Cameron or Gase or any of those guys. They may say, yeah, I like the coach or whatever, but they were a little bit more colorful.
I think Allen pushes back on sort of cliche storylines. So, for example, you know, you're either a disciplinarian and what do they call it? A totalitarian, is that right? Totalitarian. Or you're a really cool players coach. You know, it's like you know how you try to pin us on one side or the other? You're either a Tua non or a Tua hater. You know,
that's right.
No in between.
No in between. You hate Tua.
But life is shades of gray.
That's true. There is.
But you don't see gray. You just see black and white.
Not in your case with Tua. No. Not in your case.
You should see that. I'm gonna write a story with all the headlines that I've ever written about Tua, and how the Dolphins should take him, and how he's this great hope and everything. Okay, the most accurate passer, everything.
But then add all the other headlines of they should trade for that guy, sign that guy, move this guy, bring this guy in for competition.
I mean, if you have a chance to add a Deshaun Watson or a Tom Brady, you have an obligation to look into it.
Yes, you have an obligation.
You agree?
Yes, I get it.
Is there any question you want us to ask Mike Gesicki, Landon Roberts, or Austin Jackson? Since you're not out here like the rest of us, working hard.
Well, I work hard every day. Don't get that wrong.
In a different way.
That's damn right. Damn right. But I do work hard. Ask Landon Roberts. Does he feel he'll end up starting or he'll be competing for that position at middle linebacker?
You know what the thing on Landon is? Like he is what he is. He's going to be in on first down against the run, sometimes second down against the run, never on third down. So it's kind of a rotational thing. You know, if they're going against the Derrick Henry, we got Landon Roberts. Let's put him in there. You know what I mean? Because he's not great in coverage, but he's a thumper. He's good on the goal line.
It's hard for you guys to really get into much because they don't really know the system. They haven't played in it. They don't know the coaches. You know, it's just there's still so much unknown for them, you know. So it's hard right now to kind of get some kind of meat on the bone. You know what I'm saying?
Are you being sarcastic?
No, I'm being real. No,
defense is the same.
Oh no, but I'm saying Gesicki, like it's hard to ask him anything about the offense because he hasn't been a part of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sure that he spoke to Mike McDaniel about how he can do some George Kittle-like things from a receiving perspective. You know, routes, not blocking.
Right.
I'm sure young Daniel Frones will ask Mike Gesicki. David, are you going to ask Mike Gesicki if he's improved his blocking? Daniel Oyefusi plans to ask about the blocking.
There you go. All right. There we go.
All right, we're going to go to the press conference.
He'll be pancaking you, Joe, later. Follow him on Twitter at Shit Joe, because there's no A anymore. No, really, Shad Joe. Follow him there. And then, of course, catch him at the Palm Beach Post after he talks and at camp. Joe, we love you. We'll catch up with you next week.
See you, buddy.
You got it. There you go. The great Joe Shad. Yes, sir. With our American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
All right, we back. Thank you all for joining us as always here on Le Programme. Appreciate it. Let me see. Okay. All right. Sorry about this. I am doing something here. Gotta multitask. All right, we are wrapping up the second to last hour on Le Programme. We will be open in hour number 5, pretty much. The last hour. Tommy Rocker will join us at the bottom or the top of the next hour at 1 o'clock. So we got a lot of things to talk about. But yes, you see, we got it. We got to put them. We got to put them in their place. We can't allow people like Joe Shad and Omar Kelly to be dissing Tua the entire time. Then all of a sudden Tua starts kicking ass and oh no, hey Tua, you're the greatest. We're on the bandwagon. No. And don't allow your buddies the same thing. All right. They're spewing the dislike, the hate, the disbelief, whatever it is. Okay. And let them do it. Let them do it. But once Tua starts kicking ass, okay, I don't want to see them wearing Tua shirts and jerseys and telling us, high-fiving us and telling us how great Tua is. And, wow, did you see that game? And no, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it. So we're not giving Joe Shad an opportunity to be on the bandwagon, and we're not giving him his A back either. Joe Shid. Okay? Newfoundland says, to be honest, I think these beat writers are going to be writing about how upbeat and forward these players and coaches are this season, especially if the boys come out on fire. I like it. Big O, notice how crypto has a no A LOL. No A. Oh. Yes. The show has gone totally off the rails. Yeah, well, that's kind of the idea. I mean, you want me to be on the rails every single day? I'd rather be off the rails every day, practically. Nothing wrong with that. For those of you, by the way, that are into a little music, The Who is set to perform on Stephen Colbert. So if you are a Who fan, you will be able to see The Who on Stephen Colbert. So you will be able to enjoy the rockers taking part on the Stephen Colbert show. What else do we have here on it? Oh, and by the way, it'll be Friday, April 15th, when they will be on Stephen Colbert, just in case. Because you might be watching tonight and you're going, hey, I thought O said they were going to be on, and I want to make sure we're clear about that. April 13th in music history. On this date in 1979, David Lee Roth collapsed from exhaustion on stage in Spokane, Washington, 5 days into the tour. In 1974, on this date, Paul McCartney and Wings, Band on the Run, was the #1 album in America. Let's see. And Elton John in 1974 on this date had the #1 song on the singles charts with Benny and the Jets. Bum, 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 bum. We also had Benny and the Jets back in the 80s with the Miami Hurricanes. Let's see. Sometimes I don't get it all. Tolbert Bain, Selwyn Brown, Benny Blades, and Tolbert Bain, Selwyn Brown, Benny Blades. Who's the other one? Who's the fourth one? Help me out there. But that was Benny and the Jets. I'm missing a really good player. I'm missing. Well, they're all good players. Damn it. Who's the fourth one? Anyway, on this date, back in 1979, Thin Lizzy released their 9th album, Black Rose, a rock legend. In 1985, on this date, USA for Africa began a 4-week run on the top of the singles charts with We Are the World. We are... Oh, whatever. All right. What a lineup, by the way. Robert Bailey. That's it. Thank you. It was Bailey. Thank you. Works with Rosenhaus. David Crosby in 1982 was arrested on charges of drug possession. Drug possession? David Crosby? Never. In Dallas, making it the second time in 3 weeks he was busted in the Texas City. And in 2000, Bush singer Gavin Rossdale on this date collapsed without warning after leaving the stage in Mount Pleasant, Michigan following a set. He was given oxygen but refused to be taken to the hospital. And there you go. Those are some of the things that happened today in music historia. How about that? All right, let's take a quick break. Let's get ready for hour number 4. I think it is here on the program. Quick break. We start hour number 4 next.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. OK Coin is one of the largest fiat to crypto trading platforms in the world. Founded in 2013, OK Coin offers advanced features for crypto beginners and high-volume traders alike, enabling users in 184 countries worldwide. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We're ready to roll. Hope you all are doing well on a beautiful Wednesday. It is a hump day. Yes, sir. Thank you all out there. DJ Gallagher, nice job by you. DJ Gallagher ends up sending a video that I thought was, what the hell? Okay, here we go. All right, now we're talking. All right, there we go. Anyway, he ends up sending a video there. Ends up doing a post of Joe Shad that I thought was kind of funny. Let me see if I can bring it up for you guys here on on the program. I like it. Let me see here. DJ Gallagher. There we go. Let's share. DJ Gallagher just created a GIF for Joe Shad. And there you go. Okay. And so the first one, obviously, Joe Shad, unimpressed with the 72 Dolphins. By the way, let me make sure let me take that off there. There you go. Joe Shad, unimpressed with the 72 Dolphins. Dan Marino, Joe Shad's unimpressed. Lunar landing, Joe Shad, unimpressed. Dolphins offseason moves, Joe Shad, unimpressed. There you go. So we have the unimpressed routine from Joe Shad. Yes. Would he? I mean, Joe Shad's got to give an A to Edge, right? Because this is delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. By the way, use my code Big O so you can get 10% off your order of Edge Energy Drink wherever you live here in the country. Order Edge Energy Drink, folks. Trust me, you're going to love it. It's a great energy drink, like 78 calories per can, which is nothing. It's a great elixir if you want to mix it up with a little rum, a little vodka. You're going to love it. So try it. You're going to thank me for it. And whatever energy drink you're drinking now, you will dump it and you will start drinking Edge. You can order it, myedgedrink.com. Delicious, smooth, and zero aftertaste. Zero aftertaste. By the way, Liquor Split. You can also download the app Liquor Split. Now, you won't get the 10% off with the code. You have to go to myedgedrink.com to get the 10% off. But on Liquor Split, if you want to order all kinds of things, you can also order Edge there too. So myedgedrink.com. You got to live the edge, baby. It's what it's all about. And I promise you, you're going to freak out when you try this. It's going to like become maybe your regular soft drink or something. Big O, what do you think about Halloween? By the way, the Finns presser is going on right now, or I'll watch it later, though. I'm not going to we'll go through some of that if there's any good stuff on it tomorrow. I'm not going to do that right now. So but yeah, we'll check it out. I mean, the Gesicki's not really a controversial guy, and Landon Roberts not going to give you anything, and Austin Jackson is pretty much a laid-back guy. So I just don't expect really any kind of juicy sound bites from anything like that. Corn Iowa Productions says, funny, that meme is hilarious. Yeah, good job by DJ Gallagher. Joe Shad, lunar landing 4 out of 5 stars, needs to shoot for Mars next time. Drew says, I'm getting some Sam Adams in a few Pale Rocker beer. There you go. You can get some Sam Adams at the Liquor Split. Have it delivered. $2.99 flat fee. That's it. Get everything delivered to you. Flat fee. Straight to Reddit for that meme. You guys are awesome. All right, so Nets defeat the Cavs 115-108. So the Nets and the Celtics will play on Sunday, game 1 of their playoff series. T-Wolves defeat the Clippers 109-104. So the T-Wolves will take on the Grizzlies. Tonight, 7 o'clock, we got the Hornets and the Hawks. That'll be at the State Farm Arena at 7 o'clock. And then the winner there will then play the Cavs on Friday. The winner will then face the Heat. Okay? Spurs and Pelicans tonight. And the Clippers are waiting for the winner of that one. And then they will obviously face the number 1 seed there overall. So you got that going on in the NBA. All right. And one of the things that we love to do on the show is our Liquor Split matchup of the night, because we got something going on tonight.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the Liquor Split matchup of the night.
Love it, baby. Liquor Split, yes, sir. We give you the matchup last night. We gave you, what was our matchup of the night? We told you to take the Cavs plus 8.5, right? They lost by 7, 115 to 108. So you ended up winning there with our Liquor Split matchup of the night. I mean, you always win when you tap that app. I know I love to tap that app. I don't know about you guys, but I love to tap that app. So you tap that app, download it, Liquor Split. Check it out, iOS, Android, Liquor Split. You should have it ready just in case, party, get-together, meeting. You don't have time to go to the liquor store, Liquor Split. Yes, they will come through. So our Liquor Split matchup of the night. Tonight, the New Orleans Fly Pelican Fly. They are taking on the San Antonio Spurs, and New Orleans is favored by 5.5 right now. Now, let me tell you something. New Orleans at home is very inconsistent. They were actually 4-5 in their last 9 home games. Meanwhile, the Spurs did lose their last 2 road games, but they won their 5 before that. So they were 5-2 in their final 7 road games. The Spurs are well coached. I don't need to tell you that. You all are way smart. That's why you're watching here all the time. You're hardcore sports fans. You know Popovich is a badass. Popovich will have this team ready. Now, not only are they 5-2 in their last road games, the last 2 that they lost were at Dallas and Minnie. I think San Antonio keeps it close in this game. I wouldn't even be surprised if San Antonio wins. I think New Orleans should win. I think they're slightly better, but I don't think New Orleans is going to win by 6 points. If New Orleans wins this, they will eke it out and barely get by. My Liquor Split matchup of the night, I am going with the San Antonio Spurs plus 5.5 against the New Orleans Fly Pelican Fly. That, my friends, is our Liquor Split matchup of the night. That's what it's all about, baby.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download then tap that app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
It's a beautiful thing. We love it. Little Liquor Split. By the way, it's a $2.99 flat service fee. Not only that, with Liquor Split, but $1 of it goes to solving homelessness in Miami. So you're also doing a good thing. And again, flat fee. There are no other hidden fees like you do with some other things that you order food and other things, and they're charging you more for the food than it really costs at the restaurant. Plus, they're charging you a delivery fee. Plus, they're charging you. I mean, it's ridiculous. It gets to a point where you're just paying so much. But at Liquor Split, one flat fee, no hidden fees. Liquorsplit.com. All right, Liquor Split needs to offer out-of-state shipping. That's coming, by the way. They're expanding. That's coming. It's just started. Okay? But it's coming. Tap that app. That's all I can say. Big O, good afternoon. Did you see that clip of Patrick Beverley boasting about the Wolves making the playoffs and whipping the Cavs' ass? Yeah, well, you know, he was there. He was there annoyed, and he was able to be annoyed last night. It was fun to watch that, I got to say. That was cool. It was good for the Minnesota fans because those people, unfortunately, have been suffering like crazy with that franchise, man. I talked about that earlier. You may want to check out the beginning of the show. Now, I want to get into a couple of things here Dolphins-wise that I really want to get into. And I want to talk a little bit about Tua and some of the things that have developed over the last couple of days. And I don't want to overlook this because there's a lot of layers to it. And I believe there's a lot of substance to it. Now, we're all reading into this. There's no concrete anything on this. I'm not telling you from an insider point of view of something that somebody told me. I'm just telling you the way I see the situation and what's developing and what has developed with the Miami Dolphins. And we all know that the whole, Tua's been a lightning rod. And some support him, some don't, some believe in him, some don't. It's just, and it's created this divide in our Dolphin Nation, which I cannot stand, because really in the end, we're all Dolphin fans and we all want the Dolphins to win. So fighting amongst each other about, players that are on our team when we all should be really just supporting them, it's weird. But, and especially a person like this that really deserves the benefit of the doubt, because it hasn't been the proper atmosphere. You know what I mean? It's like when with Rap Sheet, when we were talking earlier with Rappaport, and we were talking about Trevor Lawrence, and it's like, I don't blame Trevor Lawrence for all the shit that goes on in that place. It's not his fault for what happened last year. He had a bad year, and I don't blame him for it. And so, Tua was at the luau, and one of the things, and we'll pull up Haley Sutton, who is one of the newest members to the media in this town and part of Channel 6. And by the way, welcome, Haley. She does a terrific job. We should try to get her on. And this is from her Twitter feed. And she was there where Tua was seeing Dan Marino and his reaction to Dan Marino.
Oh, see, see, Dan Marino, Dan, you don't even got to invite Dan. Dan just walked in. Oh my gosh, that's Dan Marino. But yeah, that's awesome. Oh, see, see, Dan Marino, Dan, you don't even got to invite Dan. Dan just walked in. Oh my gosh, that's Dan Marino.
So it's obviously, he's a fan of Dan, and you go back to this moment when Dan Marino, in the middle of a crap season and everything is going wrong, he goes out onto the field to go talk to Tua and basically, give him some love and give him the support that he's clearly not getting, right? And so we see this exchange happen. Make sure I hit the right button. There we go. Right? And Dan's hugging him, right? And he looks at him and all that stuff, and he's explaining stuff to him and talking to him. And then he looks at him and he puts his hand on his face. You see that smile there. You see what's going on, right? And to me, this was one of those moments where Dan could relate. And why could Dan relate? Because Dan had been through this already. He went through it with Jimmy Johnson, where Jimmy came in, wanted to trade him, and Wayne said, no, you're not trading the franchise. That guy's the face of the franchise. You have to keep him on there. Okay. So then what does he do? Think about what think how vindictive Jimmy Johnson is. So is Dan Marino better with Keith Byers and Kirby coming out of the backfield, or is he worse? He's better, right? No, but let's eliminate him. Is Dan Marino better with Irving Fryer or without Irving Fryer, who went on to have 2 Pro Bowl seasons with the Eagles right after he left Miami? By the way, it doesn't matter what quarterback it is. You need help. Is he better being able to call the entire playbook? And for you youngins out there, because this doesn't exist anymore, Dan Marino came from an era where quarterbacks ran the offense. Not the offensive coordinator, not the head coach. No. Jim Kelly came to the line and looked at the defense and changed it to whatever play he felt like it. Dan Marino looked at the defense and changed the play to whatever he felt like it. And so did Dan Fouts. And so did Joe Montana if he had to change the play. And it was a different era where the coaches actually, they used to coach players to think for themselves. Now, because of the paranoia, all the money, and your job's on the line for everything, they don't allow anyone to think for themselves. That's why all the way from college, they've got the stupid signs up. because they don't even want to teach the quarterback to think for himself. So by the time he gets to the NFL, he's not nearly as smart as he used to be because you don't allow him to think for himself. But that's a whole different conversation that we can have. But my point is, Marino was not better because of the decisions that Jimmy Johnson made. And he made his decisions out of spite. And Tua is not better because of Flo. And the way Flo was running things, whether it's the offense, whether it's the offensive, everyone in the building. Listen to me. And I told you this during the season. Everyone in the building knew that the offensive line coach was a problem. Everyone. Listen to me. Everyone. Okay? So that meeting on the field that day was a meeting of a man that's been through the same hell as Tua. A guy that can relate to Tua. Now, Tua can't relate to Marino as in success and all that stuff. And I know you guys are throwing that out there, you Tua disbelievers. I get all of that. It's not what this is about. It's about the experiences, about not being given an opportunity to be the best that you can be. And Jimmy Johnson took away that from Marino the final 4 years. Marino could have been even better if it wasn't for Jimmy Johnson on offense. And that day, I think it's where that bond probably developed even more, because it was that tap on, hey, you're fine. We know what's going on. You're not the problem. You got to stay in the game, fight through all of this, and everything will be resolved. And then when you see Tua's, hey, that's Dan Marino, and you see the way Dan is supportive of him, that just tells me that there is that connection there. And there is that understanding of what he's going through, because the GOAT had to go through it also. And he's the effing GOAT. To me, that's what I saw when I piece all these videos together and I look at what's developed, because Marino knew what the problem was. So did everybody. And guess what they did? They eliminated the problem. And brothers and sisters out there, this was not a problem that lingered. No. Season ended. They erased the problem. So they knew the entire year, pretty much, they knew what they were going to do with that guy. They just weren't going to do it in the middle of the season. So I'll play detective, and maybe I'm completely off. But to me, that's kind of what I'm seeing when I piece all of this together, and then what I see what happened in the offseason and all of the changes and how they made the changes. Because at one point or another, Marino must have turned to Chris Greer or somebody in the building and said, hey, man, I went through this with Jimmy Johnson. You know, we're not giving that kid a chance to succeed. Let's find out if he can effing play. But what Flo is putting together, he can't win like that. I'm just saying, that's just me. You can all agree. You can disagree. You can call me a nutbag, whatever you want. But I think that's what ended up happening there. And this is why everything developed the way it did. How can take away weapons from the greatest QB to play? So sickening. Yeah, it was. Especially you watch it happen. Let's go literally the next day the season ended. Yeah, they didn't waste any time. They knew, bro. They knew. I'm telling you, at 1-7, he was fired. He was fired at 1-7. His ass was canned at 1-7 because they knew they weren't making the playoffs because of that. I think the playoffs might have saved his ass. Maybe, I don't know, but that buried him. Jimmy Johnson took over the number one offense under Gary Stevens. He didn't need a touch and fix the defense. He needed to fix the defense. They're doing it right this time. They're fixing the problem, which is offense. Exactly, Tony. Why is that? Oh, why not during the season? Because you didn't have any. Dude, think about it. Think about it. Flat nuts. Think about it, flat nuts. All right? Let your brain inside that scrotum sack. Think about this. All the coaches were young. Some of them came out of high school. Who the hell takes over as the interim head coach? You see what I'm saying? I mean, Flo didn't have head coaching experience. None of his assistants. Caldwell ran the other direction. Changeli said, no, I want nothing to do with this. You had nobody to get in his place. If they would have had someone, they would have put somebody in place. But that coaching staff, oh my God. Flo wouldn't have anybody with experience. He didn't want anybody to challenge him. He wanted everybody to be, his lesser. That's what it was all about. There were no candidates to do that. It would have been disastrous. Just get through it and then move on. And that's what they did. They got through it, and then they fired his ass and moved on. Chris Z says, Big O, what should the U.S. do about all the fentanyl coming in from the Mexican border? I don't know. Maybe they should shut down the border. Maybe they should stop the fentanyl that comes in on boats in L.A. and Miami. Maybe they should stop all the cocaine that's coming in too, and heroin. And maybe we should stop all the shooting also. By the way, prayers to our friends in Brooklyn. What happened there was disgusting. We got a lot of problems, dude. Tons of problems. Let's see. People who understand or who have played football recognize what Tua was able to do. His first 2 seasons was miraculous based on the team around him. Boom. Big O, can't wait to hear Omar and Joe have to say when Tua balls out this year. That's right. They'll be like this. John Rouse is in the house. He says, what's up, O? How long has to go by before you tell us who Flores wanted at QB? Simple, bro. 1 million Bitcoin. Cash Big O show. That's it. I got a Cash App account. Cash Big O show. 1 million in Bitcoin, and I will release the information. That's the only way it comes out, John. Outside of that, I take it to my deathbed. Cannot say it in public. But for 1 million Bitcoin, I got to, turn to my source and say, bro, it's 1 million Bitcoin. And, the source is going to go, all right, I understand. So I need 1 million Bitcoin, Cash Big O show. And we'll give you that and even more juicy stuff that I can pile on. Okay? A couple other things I can pile on to that. I mean, I get 1 million Bitcoin. I'll give you that. I'll tell you what he wanted to do and some other stuff that also nobody knows about. So, let's go. 1 million Bitcoin. That's all it takes, John. It's a drop in the well for some folks out there. Cash Big O show is our Cash App. You can donate the Bitcoin right there, and I will reveal that and a little more also. I can actually reveal a little more, actually, that I kind of held back. Big O, would you still rather have taken Caldwell over McDaniel if you could choose? Yes. Yes, I would take Caldwell because he's proven, bro. I love Caldwell. Now, I like what I see from McDaniel. I like what he's doing, man. I'm definitely on board with what McDaniel's all about right now. It's exactly what they needed. It's exactly what Tua needs. As I've said 100 times, fix the line, fix the running game, and Tua will take care of the rest. He'll be fine, bro. He'll have that ball zipping around all over the place. He'll be making plays left and right. He's a crafty passer, man. He just hasn't been given the opportunity enough to do it. But once he is complemented with other players, then his talents will then take over. But unfortunately, at this point, he's not built to sit back there and take a beating and count on a cannon. That's not who he is. It's not how you design an offense for that guy. But if you do it this way, like the way they're doing it, he'll be just fine. Big O, when did you know you wanted to do radio? Who inspired you or gave you advice? Oh, it was all Ed Kaplan. Ed Kaplan, Hank Goldberg, and Neil Rogers. And listen, I'm no different than every young well, not every, but a lot of young people in this world. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I got a private pilot's license. I was working in sales. I did all kinds of things. I'm not a big schooling guy. So I did go to a broadcast school. And what triggered it was it? Yeah, I think I was at Kelly Chevrolet, and I was selling trucks. And I think I was 19 years old or 20 or something like that. And I was working like 70 hours a week and because I wanted to make money. Because, at that age, you're just, your head's full of shit and you're thinking about money. You're not really thinking about happiness. You know what I mean? And the good thing about that job was that it made me kind of realize that I didn't want to do that. And then I started doing a couple of other things that I didn't want to do either. And I realized, and I made some decent money at Kelly Chevrolet, by the way. But I hated it, and I lived there. It was like 70 hours, easily a normal week was 70 hours if you want to sell. Seriously. A normal week, you have to live at the dealership, basically. Because you have to sit there and wait on the floor for people to come in, and then you got to approach them and all that kind of stuff. So I had a nice life lesson of learning what I didn't want to do. And then I started listening to Ed Kaplan and Hank Goldberg. And all of a sudden, and Neil Rogers, and it came to me, and I said, that's what I want to do. I want to work in radio. And I started at WLQY and first WLQY, then WKT, both Haitian broadcast formats. At KAT, it was Haitian and Colombian because it was the beginning of Radio Caracol. So I did some producing in Creole. Not that I speak Creole, but the hand signals are the things that saved me. And did some, but I was happy as a clam. And I was making like just over $5. I was making 40% of what I was making at Kelly Chevrolet. And then I said, you know what? This is what I want to do. And that's where I started the climb back in 91. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. It took me a few years to figure out what the hell I want to do, like a lot of young people that don't know where they belong in life. And you don't know what your skill is, what your talent is. Not that I really have a talent here, but at least I've gotten away for 32 years. But, it's just one of those things. And that's what I've told my daughter, because she kind of was driven by money early on, too. And I said, that's not going to drive you because you'll be miserable. You'll make money, but you'll be miserable. So, I'd almost rather just get by, but I'm happy doing what I do, And man, I've dealt with a lot of bull crap. My last 10 years has been brutal to me in this business. I got to admit, been some rough waters. Hasn't been easy, but I would not change it because I love what I do. So there you go. That's my story. I wonder what Big O would do for 1 million Bitcoin. Well, I'll tell you exactly what, Brian Flores wanted to do. Let's see. Christian Cortez says, crafty and accurate Tua will succeed, and Tio Big O and I will be here laughing in Omar's face, and Joe Shad, and Alan Poupart, and all the other non-believers. Ed Kaplan, blast from the past. Ed Kaplan is a goat. Okay? Ed Kaplan is an absolute badass and a fantastic human being. Love you, Ed. Doubt you're listening, but we love you, brother. Always will. Yo, Big O, what do you think about the fight Ugas versus Spence? It's going to be a war, and I can't wait to see it. I'm gonna pick Spence in this one. But it could go either way, man. Same thing with me. It took me 8 years to find out what I wanted to do, and now luckily I've found it with my career in PR. Yeah. It happens to a lot of us, David. It's not easy, man. It's not easy finding what you want to do. And you should never settle. No, man. Do what you want. I mean, obviously, if you want to play in the majors and you can't get there, okay, find something else you love. That's what I mean. I mean, there are some things we all want to do. Hell, I would love to be a rock singer. That would probably be my perfect job. My ultimate job, if anything, be a lead singer of a rock band. That would be my favorite job of all time. But I wasn't blessed to do that. So got to find something else you love. Okay, so once we get past the unrealistic one that we want to do, you want to be president of the country, we might be able to. But if you don't, find something else you love to do. You know what I mean? So that's what I would tell you. Dream your dream and go for your dream. But if you can't reach the ultimate, whatever that ultimate is, find something else. But find what makes you happy, man. To me, that's everything. Hank the Hammer Goldberg, I wonder if he still does his horse racing picks. Yes, he does in Vegas. He does it, I believe, on the .com on ESPN. I think it's ESPN, or maybe it's the racing network thing. But he does it from Vegas. Okay? Hank is living in Vegas. Big O watching from Colombia. Love your content and vision, bro. Thank you, Ed. Appreciate you, my brother. WFUN was the first radio station I focused on. Big O, are the Panthers the only South Florida sports team to not win a championship yet? Yeah, and Inter Miami. Yes, sir. Because the Heat have won one. 3. The Marlins have won 2, and obviously the Dolphins have won 2. So yes, sir. Yes, Inter Miami and the Panthers. Big O, I think Dan Marino was the best QB ever. Your thoughts? I am as biased as you are, sir. I'm as biased as it gets about Dan Marino. I effing love Dan Marino, bro. He's the man. Always will be the man in my eyes. Dolphin Don says, working on my second million in Bitcoin. Oh, first one was too hard, so I gave up on it. There you go. There you go. Kevin says Joe Shad will have to give Big O 5 stars when Tua balls out. I hope so. 90 miles from Cuba says, blessed to have been an intern for you. Oh, glad to see you're surviving, though. Everything that has happened to you in the industry, I'm still trying to be a rock star. Oh, well, keep that dream alive, brother. I'll be in the stands rooting you on and driving to your concerts. Let's see. I was a CFI. Congrats on the pilot's license. You know, Paul, I got the pilot's license and never used it. You go through the schooling, you go through everything, and I got to tell you something. one of the last tests of getting your private pilot's license, I had a teacher, right? And she, and it was a female, by the way, my teacher. And one of the last tests that you have to have is the teacher gets out of the plane and you got to fly the plane by yourself. You got to fly around the airport 3 times and land it. Touch and goes, touch and goes, touch and goes. I got to tell you something, dude. That was the scariest moment and the most I don't know if, I've had some nervous moments maybe in radio about to do shows or something. Little butterflies, little things. The Dan Marino retirement ceremony, I hosted that on QAM. Got a little nervous for that. That was a big, big event. There are little moments that's happened to me over the years. I rarely get nervous behind a mic. But I got to tell you, when I had to fly a plane by myself, and it was a Cessna 172, which is the 4-seater, right? The 152 is the 2-seater, if I'm correct. So the 4-seater, but that is, that talk about what you need depends. Not that they existed in those days, but boy, I could use a pair of those. That doing that at Opelika Airport. The good thing is I wasn't at North Perry, because there's a good chance that the plane would crash then, because of course, I don't know why even the North Perry Airport exists. It should be abolished, because I don't know how many planes have come out of there and crashed in neighborhoods all over the place there. But, North Perry Airport has got there's some bad juju there, bro. Seriously. So I'm just saying. But yeah, flying a plane by yourself, that's some scary stuff, man. South Florida Don says, lead guitar for me. You'll be the guitarist, I'll be the singer, my brother. Oh, I thought he had to land the I thought he had to land the instructor. I will say this about my instructor. I don't know if I should say this, but I don't know. But dude, I'm 55. I was 18 or 9. I was 18 years old, I think it was, when I got it. She had a pair of headlights. It did keep me thinking at times on that plane. It's like, man. She had some back issues. She had to have had some back issues later on in her life. I don't know. There's your teacher. And I'm like, okay. You don't want to be distracted up in the air. Big O, they had Depends back then, but it was a 6-pack of Fruit of the Loom and a 30-gallon bag. Yeah. A 30-gallon Glad bag he put. Yes. Big O, Joe Shad should be Joe. Shit, pronounce that for me. Are you sure you were flying with the right joystick? Yeah, I was. Yes, I was. Yes, I was. But yeah, that was just a feature you could not miss with a woman. I'm just saying. It's just, Bob Cupertino says two reasons to survive, sir, not one. You could have been a pilot for Willie Falcone. Yeah, there you go. It was the 80s. Okay. I'm 18, so it's 84. Right? Yeah, it's 84. Right in the middle of Falcone and boys flying back and forth and all that good stuff. Yeah, I'm sure I would have ended up in radio doing that, right? I would have, where I would have ended up? I would have ended up on a Billy Corbin documentary. That's what I would have been part of the Cocaine Cowboys if I would have used that pilot's license for that. That would have been interesting. Not smart, but interesting. Eddie Lepp says he plays drums, so all we need now is a bassist. There you go. I like it. That's a good one right there. Please make sure you smash the like button, by the way, if you're listening at any time during the podcast or watching here. We got 280 right now that have smashed the like button. Thank you very much, and please subscribe. Keep subscribing. Keep moving us up. It's very important that you move us up there in the algorithms, as always. By the way, Nature B is a proud sponsor of our program, and as a guy that needs to do, 3 to 4 hours of radio every single day, I need a lot of energy. Today we started at 8:45. We're going to probably end sometime around 1:15, 1:20 with Tommy Rocker, and you know what I need? I need energy, and I take those 2 golden capsules every single day, and it powers me throughout the day. 27 vitamins and amino acids, 28 the minerals and powerful antioxidants. And what I love about it is the afternoon, sometimes you have a dip after you've had some lunch and all that, and you've got that at 2 o'clock, that 3 o'clock, and you're starting to wear down. None of that will happen with Nature B. It's going to power you through the rest of your afternoon, give you the energy you need. Now, my favorite part is boosting that immune system. And I've been telling you about this for 20 years. This is why I rarely have a cold, thanks to Nature B and those 2 golden capsules every single day. And by the way, if you're asking, it comes from clean, green New Zealand and from Mother Nature. No guys in coat labs and chemicals and none of that. It's all natural, so it's great for the kids. It's great for the adults. You're going to love it. Try the soap, by the way, which I just got some more soap. There we go. The soap smells so. I should buy a few more of these and then plant them all over the place. Remember how you're old? I don't know about Anglo, or I don't know about the Black community, but I can tell you that the Hispanic community, the old ladies would buy these soaps. That remember they had that Spanish dancer on it. And they'd leave them inside the drawers. So it'd give the drawers a little smell. That's what this reminds me of. I should buy these and plant them inside the drawers. I don't know if in other cultures they do that, but I can tell you Cuban old ladies do that kind of stuff. I don't know if that's in other cultures, but back in the day, we don't do that here in the house. I don't know if modern day people do that anymore. But I remember back in the day, you would run into little soaps. I think they were in a black cover, right? Or red. And then it had the sticker on top with the Spanish dancer on it. I remember that back in the day. But that's what that soap reminds me of. That smell that I remember used to get when you would open the drawers in the old lady's house and you're like, whoa, it hit you. Boom. That kind of stuff. Well, Chad says your bassist is right here. That's it. We got the band. We should add keyboard, synthesizer, and a rhythm guitarist, right? I mean, we should. And I am singing, so we definitely need, a backup singer or two, because you got to help me. Let's see, what else do we have? You could have been a pilot. Oh no, yeah, I saw that. Okay, Big O, you forgot a comment on what do you think about Halloween? Oh, I think they're more of a scream band, if I'm correct. I don't know too much about them, but I'm not really much into that thrash metal like. So I think if I remember the Halloween band, they're kind of a screamish band. So I'm not that guy. My metal I go as hard as maybe Metallica and Pantera, and then it stops there. But I don't normally do the thrash metal bands and things like that. So no. That is not me, sir, unfortunately. What else do we have here that I wanted to talk about on the program? And by the way, I saw the WNBA commissioner. I know this isn't a story that is going to go front and center, but I saw that the WNBA commissioner was addressing the Brittany Griner situation, and it says, unfortunately, this was not the update we're all waiting for. Hopefully, the next time Kathy addresses the situation, she will be telling the entire sports world that Brittany's finally on her way back home. And this comes after the commissioner, unfortunately, said we continue to work diligently on bringing Brittany. Here we go. I'm bringing Brittany home. This is the unimaginable situation for Brittany Griner to be in. We're trying everything we can, every angle, working through with her legal representation, her agent, elected leaders, and the administration. Problem is, you can't blame the WNBA. You can't blame the U.S. government. You can't blame anyone. This is just a terrible situation on her side. I have to also say she lacked total common sense. You're in Russia. You don't need the oils. Leave the oils there. You can buy them again in America. And a lot of states, it's legal. So what are you doing? So she kind of, brought it upon herself. But I wouldn't blame the WNBA or the government. This is Putin, bro. We just went after Putin's daughters and took away stuff from their daughters. That guy, I feel terrible for Brittany because she's going to be just a political pawn. And that I'm terrified for that young lady that she's going to be there for a long time because Putin has been thoroughly embarrassed with all of this. What he thought was going to be easy became the impossible. And now the sanctions and his country is going straight down the freaking toilet. But the Brittany Griner situation, don't blame anybody on this side of the pond. Nobody here is at fault, and nobody can control that maniac. But I feel bad for her, man. I just keep asking myself, like, why would you just go to customs? Don't use any oil, no nothing. Leave it all there. Go home. Buy your weed when you get home, dude. So you're in North Korea. You're in Cuba. You're in Russia. You're in one of these kind of places. You've got to follow. You got to be better than the letter of the law. I feel bad for her, man. But I don't know how the hell she gets out of it. I don't know how any of her representation is going to get her out of there. The WNBA, no one is going to be able to do this because it's stinking Putin. Damn animal. 855-912-1056 is the Welt and Rayom text line. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line. And you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Oh, somebody says they've got the cowbell. There we go. I like it. The one thing you need to see on that I am athlete Waddle thing is his comment on Tua and his will to win. It's early in the thing, and that's why we all believe in Tua. Also, soon after Ocho telling Omar that Tua is right there with Josh Allen, it's why I think Omar's slightly changing his tune on Tua, slightly. They will all change their tune when they see competence around him, and then they're kicking ass. That's what's going to happen. When they see everything settle down and the running game's working and the offensive line is giving Tua time, that's when they will actually, people will then say, oh, okay, no, Tua's the guy. Well, he wasn't the guy because, dude, he's getting killed every down. Now you give him a coaching staff, you give him an offensive line, you give him a running game. Well, yeah, he's going to look a lot different. That's the beauty of all of this. All right, let's do this. You know, at the end of the month where we're going to be. We're going to be in Vegas and Tommy Rockers. We're going to be at Tommy Rockers on Wednesday doing our regular show, and then Thursday, Friday, and Saturday covering every moment of the draft until the final pick of the Dolphins in the 7th round, okay? After their second pick in the 7th round, we're done, okay? Because it's going to be a lot of hours of broadcasting, but it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be in Vegas. We're going to be at Tommy Rockers. We're going to be having a great time, and Tommy is going to join us next.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
Oh, there we go. My bad. I'm sorry about that.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Hey, there he is, Tommy Rocker.
Hey, Dolph fans.
Got a guitar? You got a guitar on you there?
I do. I'm practicing doing a Zach Brown song.
Oh, okay. Nice. I saw the Zach Brown band about 4 years ago. They put on a good show, dude. I'd never seen them before.
He's amazing. And this particular song, Jimmy Buffett sings a verse. They're like pals.
He does, by the way, he does a lot of remakes, doesn't he?
Oh right? Gosh, he does an incredible remake of Devil Went Down to Georgia on an acoustic guitar. It's insane.
In that concert, he did a couple of covers, is what I'm saying. He does.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, he does several covers and obviously just does a terrific job. But so you're playing a little Zach Brown. I like it. So and Tommy, what Dolphin jersey you got on?
I got Moreno.
All right, I love it. There you go. Tommy Rockers, for those of you that don't know, is a Dolphins bar there in Vegas. So, you know, Brian Carroll and all these guys, they all go, and ladies out there, they go to Tommy Rockers to go see the Dolphin games. So we were set to do this 2 years ago before the damn pandemic. Remember that, Tommy? And yeah, man, we were ready to go to have some fun with all of that. And obviously the pandemic hit, and now, you know, we're back 2 years later and we get to do it. So those of you out there get an opportunity. Tommy, tell them a little bit about Tommy Rockers so they know a little bit more about the place.
We're a 24-hour place. If you got a bar in Las Vegas, you got to be 24 hours because people are getting off work all the time. We're right across I-15 freeway on the west side. We call it the good side. And we're directly across from Bellagio. So you can look out our back window and see the glorious Las Vegas Strip. We get a lot of people after midnight. The people that work on the Strip, when they're getting off, they like to have something to eat, come by, have a cocktail. So it's and we've been there since 1995. Not bad.
Yeah,
we've had a good run. We have live music on Friday and Saturday. I play on Saturday. We have we're home of the Las Vegas Parrot Head Club, the Jimmy Buffett fan club.
Nice.
So they meet there once a month, and it's just a fun local place.
Son of a Sailors. One of my favorites.
Yeah, we do that one. My band does that one.
I love that song. So I look forward. When do you guys jam? On Saturdays, you said?
I play on Saturday. I do a single, but I get people up to sing with me. I'm practicing the song Knee Deep by Zach Brown because my bartender wants to sing it. So that's going to be interesting. I don't know if he can even sing or not. So we'll find out on Saturday.
Well, that's like me. I can't sing, but I try to sing everything. So yeah, that's I have that same disease in the car.
We love the tone deaf.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. Good. So Sean and I look forward to watching you jam on Saturday. So folks know also there's several things to do there at your bar too, right? You got all kinds of stuff going on.
We got a great restaurant, great menu, and of course, handmade cocktails. Plus, we have 15 slot machines. So if you like gambling, you don't like the casinos, you can go over and be like a local.
And plenty of TVs, and plenty of TVs to watch sports, right?
TVs everywhere, yeah.
Exactly. So that's why. Right.
A nice stage where we're going to put you. You're going to be broadcasting from our stage, and we're hoping to get it kind of decorated up a little bit in the next few
man.
days.
All right, let's do that. And so, for all you Dolphin fans around the world that are going to come to Las Vegas, the Wednesday show will be early in the morning because obviously we're on at 10 a.m. So it's a 24-hour bar. But that'll be the test run show on Wednesday, and then Thursday we'll start when the draft starts, and all of that on Friday and Saturday, and we'll have a blast. And I'll be there. I'm going to be there into next week, actually, Tommy. So I'll be
cool.
I'll be in Vegas for a couple of extra days.
We'll show you around a little bit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and hopefully I'm trying to finish up some business. See if we can finish up.
Oh, right. You were talking about that. Yep.
Yeah, partnering up with a hotel there in Vegas.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, we got to find a home away from home so we can go to Vegas plenty of times and cover a lot of the great events. Dude, how about next year? You guys are getting that F1 race.
It's the biggest news in town. It's like such a big deal. I was never really a big fan of that, and I had no idea how huge it is.
Right,
worldwide. It's just gonna be crazy. They're gonna be racing 200 miles an hour down Las Vegas Boulevard.
I know.
Is that crazy?
That is awesome. That is so awesome. When I saw, the track and how they're going to put it and straight down the strip and all of that, that's
what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. Hey man, we had Evel Knievel back in the day,
That's right. That's the same kind of thing.
Breaking every bone in his body, jumping the Caesar's fountain. So what the hell? I mean, it's not like it's huge. It's not the first time that Vegas hasn't done something that's kind of edgy like that. And
back in the 80s, they did Formula One behind Caesars over on the freeway side. And it just didn't catch on because it was too small a town, not enough people into it, but it's huge now.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you guys are, it's funny because now we're finally seeing Vegas get all these pro teams. And really Vegas has grown so much that it's actually better than some of the towns that have sports right now, like Jacksonville. Give me a break, dude. There's no way that Jacksonville could ever match, or New Orleans could ever match what Vegas can do, not just population, but also corporate. It's because obviously there's so much corporate money in Vegas that who the hell buys the suites? It's not you and me, Tommy.
I'll say. I drive a Volkswagen van.
Yeah, exactly. It's those people that own those hotels buy those suites. You know what I'm saying? So I just think Vegas has gotten to that point where it's big time now, and you're a destination. So every fan wants to see their team play the Vegas team. Period.
Exactly. Yeah. If you're going to go on the road following your home team, you want to go to Vegas. Same thing with the Golden Knights. We noticed that they're the first big time team we had, and every time they play here, there's a whole slew of people that come to Vegas to watch their home team.
Of course, yeah, because think about it. You're in Winnipeg, or you're in Montreal, or in New York, or Buffalo, and you're freezing your ass off, and you go, well, yeah, I could go to Vegas and
sit by the pool.
Yeah, not freeze my ass off and watch my hockey team. Yeah, it's not a bad thing, man. So it's pretty cool to watch, and that new arena now that they're going to build. Yeah,
yeah, they got all kinds of new arenas. There's a couple new ones that are going to be built. Now they're toying with the idea of the Oakland Athletics maybe relocating down here for
I think
MLB.
It's a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. Again, Oakland, Las Vegas. There's no comparison.
It's been done before.
Right. Yeah. Right.
That's why we're a Dolphin bar, but a little bit of a Raider bar too.
Yeah.
They're the home team now. We got to switch allegiance a little bit.
Of course, it makes sense, but we'll have the Dolphin Nation there. So, folks, give them the address, Tommy, so they know.
It's 4275 Dean Martin Drive, just north of the corner of Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis.
There you go.
So we got some famous names on our streets.
Wait to have your drinks until you get to Tommy's, okay? On Dean Martin Boulevard, because you might just get inebriated just being on Dean Martin Boulevard. I mean, that's kind of the word out there. I don't know. It's just Dean left a lot of alcohol fumes on that road.
The Rat Pack.
Yeah,
although I understand he really didn't drink that much. It was more of a show for the show he did.
Right. Yeah.
I drink all the time, so it doesn't matter to me.
Nothing wrong with that. Enjoy life one way or another, man. All right, Tommy. So we'll catch up with you next week, but looking forward to it, my brother. I appreciate you immensely. I know the Dolphin Nation appreciates you, obviously hosting all the Dolphin fans over the years there at your bar, and we look forward, man, to having a great weekend with you there at the draft, Tommy. I appreciate you, my man.
We are too. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, Tommy. Appreciate you, man.
All
Be
right.
good. You got it. You got it. There you go, Tommy Rocker, baby. I love it. Tommy Rockers, you got to come and join us. So if you're going to Vegas, remember he told you they're across from the Bellagio. So now you get right on Dean Martin Boulevard. Easy to get to. You can't miss it. We're going to have a blast. The Wednesday show will start at 7 a.m. because it starts at 10 a.m. here. So we'll do 7 to 10. We'll be really sleepy. We'll do the show on Wednesday as a test show. It'll be normal for you guys because it'll be a 10 o'clock show like normal. I mean, we have people that are watching us right now in Vegas and in California and all that, and they got to tune in at 7 in the morning to tune into our show at time. Jamie Zorrilla is out in San Jose. He's always tuning in. So he's got to tune in at 7 in the morning every day. So for him, it'll be normal out there. So not for us, obviously. We'll need to get used to it. But if you are going to Las Vegas to enjoy the NFL draft and the experience and all of that, make sure you visit us over at Tommy Rockers and hang out with us. We're going to have a great show. We're going to have all kinds of guests. We're going to line it up with a ton of guests, okay? We will have a lot of guests on the program, and our insiders will be a big part of that whole weekend. Or that whole, weekend, because it's really Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So that weekend, they will be a big part of it. So you're not going to get any kind of coverage like that anywhere on the Dolphins, and you all know that. We will have more insiders and writers than anybody else that covers the Dolphins, and we'll give you the best information too and insight on everything else going on. All right. So please join us at Tommy Rockers. Would love to meet you too at Tommy Rockers. Brett Dodger says, Big O, Nature Bee and Lemon and Honey, you might grow a stinger soon. I'd like to grow to be a singer, not a stinger. She could have been set up by the Russians. You know, John, if it wasn't Brittany Griner, I might believe that. I don't think you know her history. This is not the only bad decision she's made. If I remember correctly, she was arrested for domestic abuse of her partner. And I think some other issues she had once too or something. But she's made some bad decisions at times. So, it's one of those deals. I don't know. It's sometimes you just don't make the right decisions, man. You'd think that Oakland would get their heads out of their butts and stop losing teams. Raging, it's not a big market, man. They don't have the money and the people and the kind of setup that you would think for something like that. You know what I mean? They're really not set up for that. It's not a town that really should be a pro town. Let's just be honest. And I got to tell you something. out of a lot of the teams that are out there in pro teams, I don't want to deal with the A's. They don't spend any money. They never win. So why would I want to give the A's a stadium? Why would I want to, if they're not going to meet me halfway and they're not going to do their best to win every year, which they don't, they have great baseball people. All they have to do is spend a little money, and they would probably, just like the Tampa Bay Rays, both of those teams would win titles if they actually spent a little money on top of the baseball decisions. You have really smart baseball people, and you don't reward them by actually giving them a budget? Where does that make any sense, ladies and gentlemen? Think about that. That's so screwed up on every level. It's screwed up. Ever see Blue Oyster Cult live? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Miami Baseball Stadium. Blue Oyster Cult. Blue Oyster Cult, Heart, Cheap Trick, I think it was. Drummer was in Godzilla's hand. Whoa, no. There goes Tokyo. There go Godzilla. Zilla. Godzilla. Oakland A's modern day expos. Yeah. Jeffrey Loria, West Coast Loria. Yeah. I would do that. That's about accurate. Let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, by the way, nice job. Spring game sold. Do you think Mario's got the buzz going? I was thinking about that. So they sold out Drive Pink Stadium. I got to say it. I'm sorry. I apologize ahead of time. Is this the only game that's going to sell out at Drive Pink Stadium this season? Just saying. I don't think the soccer team is going to sell out the stadium. So, before I leave, also thoughts and prayers to Gilbert Gottfried and his family. We lost the comedian yesterday at the age of 67. He was apparently battling an illness and unfortunately lost the battle. And we lost Gilbert Gottfried, and bless him and his family. Rest in peace, Gilbert Gottfried. We are wrapping it up here on the show, folks. We thank Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. We thank Ian Rappaport and Joe Shad and Tommy Rocker. If you missed any of the interviews, we will have them all podcasted for you. They will be also on YouTube as Sean will do his thing. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, same bat channel. I love you all.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.